We need Brimshine for that. We got enough for this.
Brother, eager to rise in the ranks, reported our mother to compliance. She was innocent, of course. But after they released her from interrogation, she wasn't quite the same.
Wow.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
That kind of betrayal, it never really heals.
Well, if I gotta use shock ammo, maybe I should freaking load up shock ammo. Seriously, I'm an idiot. Mike the Ref Maloney, Big Bad Boris on the call here tonight. It is
Mr. Keith.
Super Kick!
Let go! Let go!
Third!
Let go!
Super Kick Party! Yeah, pay the money for that. Yes! This life is going great! Let's go!
He's healthy.
Let's go!
Is she healthy?
Yeah!
Apparently she's back.
Hey, yo, 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 and away we go. Happy Saturday night to one and all here. It is not AEW Collision, but it's in their time slot. It is time for the Tailgate Brawl. Ahead of Full Gear here. I am super excited and ready to go. I hope you are too. We are going to have, well, hell, at this point, we'll probably have 8 hours of exciting wrestling action. All jam-packed into 5 hours. We're getting Dalton Castle on commentary to start off tonight. This is gonna be fun. Once again, thank you to everybody for joining us here on YouTube and Twitch. Got the settings fixed up a little bit here, so you should be able to see a little better picture. Yeah. The only thing is, if you try to bring it down in resolution, might be a little chuggier a little bit, but no, we are up in 2K. I want to get us at least in 2K, both on YouTube and on Twitch. This is great. These two guys just do not like each other, and I love every second of it. It is amazing. Oh boy, this is, like I said, this is going to be a lot of fun tonight. Just, including a lot of teams that we don't normally see getting together here. So, love the new jacket on Juice. I'm guessing Austin is going to be in the gauntlet tonight. Realistically, we should be able to see Austin and Colton win this. After everything that's happened with them on, like after Collision when they got the victory over FTR there. I'd love to see them ride that a little bit here and maybe get this victory. Almost feels like story-wise you want to go with Caster and Bowens, but you could go all over the place here, but sit back, relax, get some cold bivvies. Like I said, we got 54 minutes until the pay-per-view. Unfortunately, I had to pick it up on Amazon again. If you guys didn't hear what happened last time, the Amazon dropped the channel early. I tried to hook up with ppv.com and just, as of yesterday, it just wasn't showing up. So roughly on the clock, I'm about 15 seconds. My clock's 15 seconds behind what it says on the screen there. So we might almost be balanced out here. I love how Dalton's actually given, like, everybody they brought in on commentary has actually been pretty good at, just being a bit of a straight shooter on there. Because that is one of the rough things that we've seen. Oh, this is pure gold right here. Oh, Max made the tag. And Juice almost didn't get in the ring. Oh, the good old atomic drop. We don't use that enough anymore. The atomic drop. It's one of the few times where actually hitting on somebody's nuts is actually a good thing. And actually somewhat legal here at this point. Truth Magnum going to work. I've always appreciated how they do stuff like this and have multi-person matches on a pre-show. It harkens back to the old school days. Because for a lot of people that don't realize, as you go through this, we're, oh my God, we got picture-in-picture. Maybe. So it looked like they almost forgot to add the commercials here at one point here, but as we're going through here with picture-in-picture, talking about old school pay-per-views, like for those that never got a chance to watch them on closed circuit, the way they used to be run is you would get an appearance fee for being on the show, just like in the indies. If you work a show, you get paid. You don't work a show, you don't get paid. Simple as that. Now, with a show like this, you would always get as many multi-person matches on the pre-show as you could. Because with the multi-person matches, you get on the card, you get paid. You don't get paid the full amount. You were always getting paid a little bit of a stipend compared to what you would see over on for those that make the main card. Unless your name's Hulk Hogan, then you get paid whatever you want for advance. I'll just throw it like that. But yeah, but that's why you would put as many people on the pre-show as you can, just to, everybody showed up, everybody wants to get paid, so you always get them on the show. But it's also the same reason why you would see a lot of non-finishes. Like, it is painful. Like, watching AEW versus watching some of the past, like, do yourself a favor and go back to one of the most infamous tournaments in wrestling history, WrestleMania 4. It was a 14-person tournament. Because Hogan and Andre got a bye into the quarters because they were the former champions that were disputing who actually had the title. And throughout all that, you have a whole bunch of countouts, whole bunch of disqualifications. You didn't actually have a lot of, per se, finishes throughout that. It has been fixed up lately, but it sort of brings it back to, like, the promotions for a while there were not able to keep it under control. The fact that they weren't able to tell talent that they had to lose and they would accept it. Like, a lot of people talk about what happened with Tegan Knox and Miranda Alizé. Honestly, back in that time, it was actually a lot more common than you would think. By the way, once again, can we give a special shout out here to the tights on the Outrunners? Shout out to Marlboro cigarettes. Back when you were actually allowed to have pictures on your cigarettes here in Canada, they're one color, an ugly brown. The font is all the same. Oh, they were about to give the people what they wanted. And Bones is like, holy shit, did we actually pull this off here? Oh, and here comes Bill to cut it off. Almost got the East River crossing. Shivani going to town on the commentary here. Rock, paper, scissors, Shivy McTimbers. Holy crap. Didn't I say off the top of the match I'd really love to see them carry the momentum after that win over FTR? Bowens, he got knocked out with a boot. So they're, in prize money, they're giving out $1.2 million tonight. Oh, and Juice is now humping the money. I do get a kick out of the fact that they literally just use that as a gimmick as they go through it. Now, you know what they need? They need to have a special segment with the Bang Bang Gang getting a financial advisor and explaining all this. So is this the main event they're talking about? Or is this the women's title? No, it's the women's title. This makes sense. I am looking forward to this match. And if it plays out the way that I sort of feel that it's going to be going through. Oh, they're talking about both. If Mercedes ends up losing this match and the fear and the doubt still starts creeping in the eyes of Mercedes that she can't win the big one. She can win all these other titles, but she can't win the big one. I hope it's the beginning of the dismantling of Mercedes. I don't think she has to lose all of them, but I think she needs to lose enough of these titles to make the gimmicks seem irrelevant at this point. Oh, they're doing a full rundown of the pay-per-view. I am so looking forward to it tonight. But once again, everybody, thank you for being here. We are raising money for Jack.org throughout the next couple weeks here. We're actually, I think, a half week in. Goes until December 2nd, so we got another week and a half left yet. So Jack.org helps provide tools for youth and young adults to deal with the mental craziness that is life, especially when it gets a little bit darker. So I'm all about making sure that everybody has the tools that they need to succeed. So it does mean a lot to me to have this going on, and I'm going to put in my donation here next weekend after I get paid here. So hopefully my goal is $500, but any little dime helps towards the cause. So, but yeah, and also if you're just looking to give subs, there is a buy 5 get 35% off deal today. It's actually Twitch is sponsoring that one. It's not even one of mine, so we might actually do a bonus one tomorrow. I got 2 left, so I got to make sure I use them up, right? What in the hell? Oh, Paul's coming to say hello, that's all. I thought maybe Paul was actually going to get in a match. I'm like, what? Really? And the Oilers are winning. What a shock. Oh. Yeah, for those that are wondering, the Oilers take on the Panthers in a rematch of the Stanley Cup Final tonight as well. So I know Zodiac said for those that are regularly following into the chat here, Zodiac mentioned he's going to a hockey game tonight. He actually asked me on Wednesday, should he be here or head out to a hockey game. Thank you, Michael, for popping in, saying hello. Always appreciate you. Always good to see you here. But yeah, Zodiac actually just he asked me personally, should I go to the game or should I just hang out? And my response will always be the same. And you know, I know it's worse for me here, but if there's an opportunity to hang out with some friends and go check something out live together that you really want to go to, there's always going to be VODs. There's going to be a VOD of this stream. There's always going to be other wrestling shows that you're going to be able to watch, and you can always buy this one on replay. So I recommend that you go. Knowing him, he'll probably pop in sometime tonight just to say hello and whatnot. But if not, either way, I'm just glad that, everybody needs to just be able to live their life the best way they know how. And that's something I've always been a proponent of. And if any of you Americans just pop it in here, I'd like to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving week. Because for many people, Thanksgiving week starts right now. I know it's next Thursday, and Good Friday's next Friday, and whatnot. So, going to be a crazy time. So, I know I'm a Canadian, but our schedule's going to get revamped a little bit next week. For those that don't know, Collision is going to be running Thursday night, technically Thanksgiving night. So we will be here with a Sidecast as always. So feel free to stop by after eating your turkey and wanting to kill your family. Join me for a little good old venting session if you want. And Wednesday night, we're going to have to see. Like tomorrow, the plan is to get on here with 2K25 and maybe finish off Season 2. We'll see how things go, and I might run all the last 4 weeks all together. last 4 weeks, yeah, 22, 23, 24, 25. We might run all 4. If that's the case, we might have something special cooking up for cooking up for Wednesday here, so might give you guys a little bit of a preview of what's coming up here in terms of Backbreaker Wrestling coming up in the new year. So I've seen a lot of people talk about how this would have been a perfect opportunity to have Statlander and Mone main event tonight. I don't think they do the Mone main event until Mone's scheduled actually with the title. Victims all. Okay. The guy's like, I don't want to flinch. But he's trying not to smile. That's hilarious. All right, what do we got for our next matchup here? I'm sorry, we take Joe for granted way too much. Ooh, here we go. Rocky and Trent versus QT Marshall and Big Justice. I'm glad they finally got this straightened out from what we saw in New Japan, right? Like, these guys were a regular faction in New Japan. Of course, they're going to do the CML title match as the main event of the pre-show. Yeah. So are they going to use Paul White for the whole night here? I would assume he's popping up, like Danielson and Excalibur are going to be popping in. Shivani will be there. QT Marshall and the Rizzler. Watch Big Boom AJ pull a heel turn right now. That'd be freaking hilarious. Boom and Doom. This has been such an interesting, all over the place sort of storyline when it comes to QT Marshall and this whole thing with AJ. Like what? This time last year was that match that Big Boom AJ literally wrestled on a broken ankle that he broke earlier in the night. So he didn't want to tell anybody, so he just fastened his boot and went with it. Wow! White just unloading. This is awesome right here. Two Jersey heroes. With all due respect, QT Marshall has done a hell of a lot in terms of training, in terms of like if you didn't know, QT Marshall is pretty much the head of training at the Nightmare Factory besides Cody, right? Okay, so I got to look to fix that up. All right. Forgive me, chat. I'm just looking at things I need to adjust on the stream to make things somewhat more kosher as we go into picture in picture again. Overall, this should be a fun night. I wonder if they're going to do it again with the CML Trios titles bleeding into the pay-per-view. Personally, I'd like to see it become a habit. More so for the fact that people can actually learn to stick around and watch it all as they're going, not just pieces here and there, right? But yeah, like when Jet Speed versus FTR opened the show with the pyro and everything going off in the background, and everybody's going absolutely insane over this, we actually found out that it was actually a strategic finish. But yeah, just watching everything go, like, I'm just pulling up the card right now. If there's any specific match that you guys are looking forward to, please let me know. Myself personally, I'm looking at that Moxley O'Reilly match and really wondering what they're going to do. Like, No Holds Barred is totally up Moxley's wheelhouse, and that's more often than not, a guy like Moxley, I think, would want to do more of those than anything else. Because if you're going to do those kind of matches, then there's less bumping involved. Honestly, as much as there's abuse to you, there is a feeling that there's less toll on your body in many ways as well. Because if you get hit with a chair right away, yeah, it's going to sting, but you don't have to fall over on your back and take all the necessary punishment that, well, let's face it, falling hurts. And a kendo stick, while it'll sting, I don't think it takes as much. It takes a lot of this. Having one shot to you is not as bad as having, your whole body getting ravaged on something. Like, it almost makes, it's funny because there's two things I'm looking at adding, and I think I'm going to do them starting the next year. Because I still got to find the clip I need to add to it. Because I think we're going to do a bird counter next year. Just to see how many middle fingers we get throughout 2025. That's why I want to make sure we have the clip to go with it. So, but yeah, Statlander Monet is going to be a lot of fun. The Fletcher Briscoe. I wonder if the tropes are going to be different than what they normally are. Because normally the trope is, your title versus career. Career isn't gonna go, so title should. And it's not really. Sorry, this one isn't title versus career. It's title versus ownership. And typically in that case, the title doesn't change hands. So the guy has to change. It has to join in this case, the Callis family. Then he's got to work his way to get out of it. So, which leads to that next title match, which leads to the victor, leads to getting the title to the other guy for. Damn it, Rocky. So we are just under half an hour away from the main show here. Once again, everybody, thank you for being here. Attaboy, Rocky. Now the other question is, I wonder how many people are going to have extra gear here. Oh, God. Do not touch the Rizzler. Oh my God, he pie-faced him. Now he's trying to sell the that is amazing. At least the kid's trying to sell. I'm really surprised, I want to see it. Eventually, we're going to see a post online where somebody's just going to put, yeah, he sells better than Will Ospreay. Hot tag the big boom. I like the fact that he's a little different. He does a power slam. Stampede type maneuver. I call it a power slam. Can't get him all the way up, but got enough of them up there. Full Nelson bomb. That'll. Damn it, Rocky. Just let him finish the match. Oh, God, I hate that spot so much. Oh, trying to go for the power. Oh, my God. Trent got him flush there. Spine on the pine. This crowd doesn't know what to expect at this point. Really, Callis? Please, White. One hand. One hand. One hand. That's all he needs. One hand to Callis. One hand to Callis. Said count him out. AJ kicks out after a cast shot. What came out to ringside there? I think he hit his elbow on the cast itself. Trying to go for the diamond cutter into a sliced bread. Everybody's getting their finishers right now. Now he's trying to go for the cast. Oh, God. Here we go. Nice! And the referee's like, what are you doing in the middle of my ring? And why is this crowd cheering so loud? Ah! Wait, just hit the hell with this. Doom drop. Let's go. That's it. A little bit of a little bit of crazy ending, but this is your celebrity match, right? Big Justice with the big shot. And then Paul White with the big right hand. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. So many shenanigans. Once again, everybody, like I said, thank you for being here. It's a good start. It's a fun start. And I think the only match we have left is that Trios title match. As we go to a hard break right now. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun night. I can already tell with everything going on, and no big news come down yet, but makes me wonder what we're going to get for some surprises tonight. Feel free to pipe in the chat and let me know what you think we're going to get for some surprises. Myself, I do think we get the return of MJF tonight after the main event. The story just writes itself that it's been 2 years since MJF lost his big, beautiful belt. The Triple B. I know that it stands for something else, but I'll go with a Triple B on that. And I think it's just perfect to set up for World's End, having MJF there. Because you're not going to put MJF in the C2. Because it almost feels somewhat beneath him based on his character. Like, it's funny. We got the C2 starting on Wednesday, but we don't even know what we're going to get out of that, right? Like, literally, we could be getting like, is it going to be a shot for Okada's title? Is it going to be a shot for the national title? It's going to be a shot for the heavyweight title. We could pretty much have anything in that mix. Sorry, we're breaking the Red Bull. It's been a while since I've owned one of these, so. Once you work a 32-hour work day, followed by coming right on, getting ready for 6 hours of stream, you have a Red Bull early. But yeah, I would think we're going to get a couple surprises during the gauntlet match. Like, that's a fun thing about this. And this is something that we haven't talked about a whole lot coming into the weeks of this. And it's mainly because the AEW roster is as stacked as it is, combined with the fact that the gauntlet match at All In, for the men, I don't think they really had a surprise in there. Like a real, like an outsider coming in to get signed or whatnot. It makes me wonder if they're actually going to pull one out here or something. Because there's been enough people we've been talking about signing, and Sean Ross Sapp has reported more than once now that contracts are running out in TNA, and like they literally have one PLE before the end of the year. So if you're not getting involved in that storyline, you're pretty much going to be on the sidelines for the rest of the, because TNA for the last 2 weeks always does recap shows, like a best of show. Oh my God. Josh Alexander, Kenny Omega, can I get a best of 5? He almost forgot Takeshita's name there for a second. That is hilarious. Oh God. Callis is trying to work this instead of actually knowing what's really happening here. This is hilarious. So what did they give him? Oh my God, it's Don Callis gear. This is not going to be good. Oh, that's right. We got the Workhorseman versus Kingston and Hook. This one shouldn't last too long. Which means the Trios title match is going to bleed into the pay-per-view. They're doing it again, folks. What do you guys think of the new screen for tonight? They literally, all they had to do was bend it out. That's all they had to do. They're falling behind, so they're jump starting the match early. You could even see the producer last match literally turn around and say, "Come on, let's get going here. We're running late." Henry ain't full of, like, this is, what is this? The AEW Speed title match? Oh God. Like, don't get it confused with JD Drake's size. If you guys haven't had a chance to see JD Drake, he was the last featured champion of Evolve before WWE basically shut down the promotion altogether. That's back when it was in the WWN hands, I believe is the World Wrestling Network. That's the same group that had Shine at the same time for the women. But I find it really encouraging with the fact that they actually get this. Oh God. Hey Eddie. You're wrestling. Do you want to take the cap off? Oh my God, he finally did. Just got home from a Japanese steak. Nice. Nice. Gotta love the food. Well, that lasted long. It's been good so far tonight. We've been having a lot of fun. I'll give you a horn. We had a 2-minute match here with Hook and Kingston versus the Workhorsemen. The Bang Bang Gang ended up getting the $200,000, pinning Anthony Bowens. Big Boom and AJ got the victory in a match that appeared to go long. Sushi and Hibachi. For me, I had 4/5 of a what they call a Fred special here in Fred Special Pizza. Thick crust pizza was ham, pineapple, pepperoni, mushroom. I literally just finished up a 32-hour shift, and I'm like, nope, I ain't cooking today. So picked up the pizza and some salt and pepper wings too. So I know my stomach's full, but I got a lot of things going here. And the on-call shift, like, I'm not going to kid anybody. It's 7 to 4 Friday and Saturday, but the on-call is from 4 p.m. to 7 a.m. So you don't necessarily have to go out, but if you get called, you got to go. So basically, you're stuck doing nothing. Ended up getting 3 calls last night, and they were all staggered out, right? So it's all over the place like that, but nothing too severe, but I did make sure to book tomorrow off because, has it snowed yet? No, we got the first initial snow, I think it was about a week ago. We got about a few Yankees here, about half an inch, but it's already melted once. We are scheduled to have a slight snowfall here on Monday, and then it's a week from Friday until we get our next big dump of snow. So, yeah, we're still pretty brown here in terms of the ground and everything around it. Biggest thing for us is it was 21 Celsius there. Well, today we hit 8. So that's about it. That's about as high as we've been for the last 2 weeks. But I would expect you guys to be a little warmer for long. It has been overall a lot warmer for a while now. And so yeah, it's tough to calculate out as things go along here, but it just feels like it's been a lot warmer a lot later, and then when it gets cold, it gets really cold. Like when we go, we typically are ending up around minus 35, minus 40. Last year, I think we only ended up with a week of it. The Arctic blast, yeah, well, I don't even know if it's a blast. It just sets in after a while. But yeah, we are one match away from getting started here on the pay-per-view, and they're probably running the... It's going to be again like what happened last show, where the CML title match starts on the main show, and then they're going to move it over to the pay-per-view. Unfortunately, after the hijinks that happened last time, all my other legal outlets just didn't decide not to have anything up, so I am watching it on Amazon here again tonight, so we'll see how it goes. If it happens a second time, like, I almost am not going to feel bad about doing the high seas way of fixing things, but yeah, as we're getting into our main event, just a reminder, tomorrow afternoon, we're going to start, hopefully in the afternoon. I'm waiting on one phone call tomorrow morning to organize my day. I was borrowing a work truck of a coworker, and I got to get back to him. So I basically got to pick him up and take him to our main office. Then I got to stop by a GameStop for one changeover. For the record, folks, if you guys are picking up the Mortal Kombat collection physically, make sure you're not getting it on PS5. Because the PS5 collection, apparently the reaction time of the keys is double of every other system. So I want to see if I can get it switched over to Xbox when it comes out here in just over 2.5 weeks' time. But then, yeah, we're going to get into WWE 2K25 My GM mode. We might do 3 weeks. We might do all of it. We might finish off season 2. I see Callis is not a big fan of Pyro. We still haven't seen Okada, and I don't think he shows up tonight. I got stuck in traffic. I'm so sorry. Wouldn't surprise me if that's what ended up happening. Those are some nice titles. A little basic, but they're nice. Takeshi on the pre-shows. Honestly, this is actually... Oh, it's nice to have these three out here. That's right. It's going to be... sorry, Nats. For the record, Tony Khan is starting this new thing up. Obviously, with 5 minutes to go, he's not going to finish this match in 5 minutes. they're doing this spot where the final match on the regular card bleeds right into the pay-per-view. Personally, I love it, and the fact that Takeshi's in this spot is actually brilliant. For the fact that, you know, he's going to put on a performance and everybody's going to be, hey, you want to see the finish of this match? Show up there. Didn't even consider, you know what? And it's something that I've been talking about before. And we were talking about it earlier tonight on the stream. WWE-isms is what I call it. It's literally stuff that you're so used to seeing on WWE TV that you assume it's going to be a certain thing. Hitchicero was trying. All right, well, this was going to be a trios match. Now it's a tag match. So they're going to send Mystico to the back, and then Okada's going to show up at the last moment. And of course, you know, hand it to Excalibur to be able to just fire off a random ad, just, you know. Stan Hansen versus Big Man Vader on WCW Vault Channel this morning. They just beat the shit. Yeah. Well, do you know the story behind Stan Hansen and why he always hit so hard? If you didn't know, Stan Hansen actually wore glasses. But unfortunately, when he got into the ring, not only did he not wear glasses, he didn't wear contacts. So the reason that he was always hitting so hard is because he just wanted to make sure he made contact, and, you know, he doesn't want to make it look not clean, right? Because it was, I believe they were talking about the story of Brody Lee. That's how I found that out. Because the match is Stan Hansen, Bruiser Brody. You just imagine those going out in the crowd and whatnot, and that's where the 6 degrees of separation come up. Jim Cornette's talked about it before. Now, yeah. Hey, McCurdy. Hey, yo, 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 and away we go. So they're literally going to have Okada show up for the pay-per-view only? How you doing tonight, McCurdy? So yeah, they're doing this again, and I absolutely love this. All right, we're going to switch over now. For those that are watching, I am watching this on Amazon Prime. Or on Prime Video, as they call it. After the last time, I have my doubts how well this is going to work, but we'll see. We will see. Jim did a good one on Bob Caudle, yeah. Well, Jim, I think Jim's the one who actually hired Bob Caudle in many situations. I love how they literally have to do the intro and everything, and everybody's like, "Get to the freaking matches!" I want to see how many DC inspired gear we get for tonight. And once again, this pyro as people are just beating the living crap out of each other. She went back and watched some Mid-Atlantic. I'm not afraid to admit Jim Ross' peak was a Mid-Atlantic. No, absolutely. Like, I will say this point blank. Jim Ross, when he doesn't have a bug in his ear, and I will say that, and I'm saying this pre-signing with WWE, where he didn't have a bug in his ear telling him what to say all the time, may have been the best ever. Like, you're just left to your devices, tell your stories, get everything out there. Right now, his bias is a little bit off, so. Jim is the best. And you know what? It all depends on what you're interested in, right? I won't ever doubt that. I was always, like, my favorite commentary team was always Gorilla and Bobby. So. Entrance and pyro in the middle of a match. You know it's bad. And even Takeshi's like, what the frick is going on here? And I don't blame him one bit. All right, chat, let me know. Does this happen at World's End, or this happen at the day after or Wrestle Dynasty? I think it's, or sorry, yeah, Wrestle Dynasty, the Forbidden Door show in Japan. Yeah, Dynasty in Japan. I think that'd be amazing. Bird count one. So yeah, I think we're going to do it next year. Let their family show up. They can get their family anywhere, right? Really? Doesn't do anything. I think it does a lot in America. Just because Takeshita is becoming that North American star. The gear is full. The gear is definitely full tonight, Vic. How the heck you doing, my friend? It's been a fun pre-show, and we're just literally right in the middle of a match going into full gear right away. Making progress. I am glad. If you guys want to know what today's like, you don't see me too often with one of these, so... And this ain't no small can. It is literally the size of my head. So. Takeshita America versus Okada Japan star. I think at this point it's unfair to do that. I think Okada is way too... Like, the night before, he is main eventing. He is main eventing the Tokyo Dome, is he not? As he's going to be taking on Tanahashi in his retirement match. I don't know if that's going to main event or not, but I would assume the president of New Japan's going to book himself into the top spot. Jesus. So you can tell if you guys weren't If you guys weren't familiar, and if you didn't watch on Wednesday, Dorada had a real rough match with Kyle Fletcher. So I think it's a very smart move to bring Mystico in here to do the heavy lifting early on in the match. In terms of offense, yes, he got chased out, but so if you guys popped in late, once again, this match is under CMLL rules. So there is a 20 count on the outside, as well as there are no tags. It is literally one man leaves, one man comes in. And personally, when it comes to tag matches, I understand the North American psychology of getting the heat together. Oh, absolutely, as it should. Okada, what the frick are you doing? Okada just plain old beating up Takeshita? I hope that the champions still retain here. Just the dissension causes them the title. Oh, God. Yeah, he's dead. But no, once again, everybody, thank you for being here tonight. I always appreciate all of you. Callis is the ultimate politician. I have to say that. There it is, Rainmaker to Takeshita. And Okada's like, I don't feel too bad about that, thank you. And we are off. Oh, yeah, no, this is like... Oh, Okada's been doing this for, 3 weeks now? Now he's just getting the opportunity to actually hit the shots because he literally did not care about this match. Goes like, who cares about more titles? If Mercedes heard Okada saying that, can you imagine what kind of crap there would be going on there, Seth? By the way, good to see you tonight, Jay Quick. Good to see everybody just filing in. Good to see everybody just piling in here by the tons. Folks, let me know what you're most looking forward to tonight. Because we've had a lot of stories go on tonight already. Talking Stan Hansen already tonight. Been talking, yeah, I was saying that earlier. That O'Reilly Mox match, that is Mox's forte. Do not let Hichisaro get pinned in this match. He's probably going to be the one that gets pinned, but I really don't want to see that. To be honest, the way the card lines up here, I'm actually very... I knew, number one, I knew this was going to happen for the fact that they don't have as many matches booked tonight, besides having a gauntlet match as well. Like, let's face it, when you're having a gauntlet match, you don't have, you're basically knocking out a half hour there, probably, right? Jurassic Express and Omega versus the Elite. To me, that makes sense. Like, for myself personally, and in terms of interest in a match, and yeah, Hechicero eating the pin, eating the submission. At least the La Mystica actually, it's one of those that you normally would. Callis, you might want to run over there and deal with that. And Callis is like, I don't want to talk about it right now. It's the first time that Callis has actually scolded Okada for anything. Takeshita doesn't eat L's too often here, so. That's a good question. Who wins the... Okay, I got two. You say Swerve? Oh, shit. Folks? That's our first match. Swerve. Hey, McGee. Jay Quick's going Shelton. That theme is set. You know what? In Mexico, that theme just, my God. I love the fact that theme is getting over so well. Who wins the... I got a better question for you guys. And we were asking this right before. What about Nick Wayne? He's still going to be out probably till... Right now, they're probably saying Double or Nothing is roughly the timeline because of his ankle. They're going to be real careful about ankles because what happened to Cole, right? Adam Cole took nearly a year to get back in the ring after his ankle went. And, yeah. But in terms of surprises, do we see some surprises? And I know it all in during the gauntlet match. For the men's, we didn't have any. The women's, I believe we had Sari. You think MJF in the gauntlet for the national title? I don't think we see him for that. I think we see him at the end of the show. I've called this for a couple weeks now. I think MJF comes out after the cage match and tells Hangman it is time for me to get my Triple B back. And we're going to do it 2 years after I lost my title at World's End. I love the fact that Pac couldn't find a closet to go run out of, so he's coming in through just a random chair that sits out there. And as for Cope, if you're going to see Cope, you're going to see Cope after the tag title match here tonight. Honestly, Nats, if you're gonna go with anybody for that national title, if it's gonna be a surprise pick, that would be the ultimate surprise pick for me, right there. Jericho. Jericho coming in and winning the national title. Could you imagine the amount of shut up everybody about me leaving would show up? I don't think he wins the national title if he comes back either way. Because even Tony Khan admitted in his interview with Ariel Helwani, if Jericho comes back, he's on limited dates. So, do you really want to have somebody there? What's Jay White's injury? That's an interesting one, McGee. And well, you knew Darby was going to do something cinematic. This is cool. Well, somebody just watched SmackDown. And that actually makes sense with Darkman, just because they are trying to do as much DC as they can, right? And Darby be a hell of a guy to do that. Miss King switching the Collision Cowboy, hey. He does look like Darkman. Followed in your favorite AEW match of all time? Why does that look like Marino? Sorry, I just had to throw it there. Oh, that's right. The 2 out of 3 in Calgary. I remember that. That was something special. But yeah, like it. Oh, sorry. Back it up. No, where is it here? McGee, to answer your question from earlier, Jay White is actually, and I love the fact, for those on YouTube, you won't see this, but on Twitch, ad break just showed up. But McGee, just to let you know, Jay White has been reposting on his socials. He put a post out that just simply said "ready" with a question mark. He reposted it again today, or yesterday, sorry, ahead of tonight's show. So, could it be Jay White returning? You also got to remember, this title is supposed to be defended amongst numerous promotions. So, a lot of people are saying Bobby Lashley is one of the favorites. I don't know if you're going to see Bobby Lashley travel that much. Ricochet, maybe. I think you see more chance of Ricochet doing it than Bobby. See, here's the problem I have with Excalibur right now. He's talking about everything that Darby's doing, and he's calling him a daredevil. Daredevil is a Marvel property, is it not? Talk about Darkman. See Ricochet go off on Cornette today? I think it's basically under the same category as, once again, exactly what Tony Khan said. And this is why I'm happy that Ricochet went off on him. Tony Khan literally just said, if basically the reason these old-timers keep bringing up AEW is because it brings them clicks, it brings them results, it brings them notoriety. AEW is the hot product, and that's what these guys need to talk about. So Cornette doesn't know anything else better than to shoot on people. Yes, he does have a lot of wrestling knowledge. But I also will counter that with Jim Cornette and many of the other wrestling promotions only knew wrestling in one way. Like, whether it be Southern style, Stampede style, whatever you do on the West Coast, the Mid-Atlantic, the AWA style, they're relatively the same. Like WWE, that's what I was talking about earlier with WWE-isms. And that was one of those that, Nats, we were discussing right before the show here. The WWE-ism of having somebody stuck on the pre-show. And he was, if you guys weren't here earlier, we were talking about Takeshita being on the pre-show and how under a WWE-ism, you would, and I'll bring her around to your guys' question in a moment here. In a WWE-ism, having somebody on the pre-show would be the absolute worst thing in the world. It's like burying them in a way. But with AEW, having Takeshita, the last match before they go off the air on the tailgate brawl, and the first thing you see on the pay-per-view, to me, that is a hell of a spot to be in. The promotion has faith in you to sell tickets going into the show. Last people that don't know if they want to buy the pay-per-view or not, the last moment, they got to turn and see that last match. And to me, that is, it's almost an AEW-ism in this way. Something that's changing a WWE-ism. Didn't Cornette almost ruin ROH and TNA? I would say Cornette did more to ruin TNA than he did ROH. Right into the Scorpion Deathlock there by Darby. Yes, Cornette had a lot of influence on booking ROH, but my personal feeling, like Jim hated Kevin Steen. Here's my thinking about when it comes to Cornette. And comparing these two, I would say TNA is a lot bigger than ROH. I think we all could agree with that. Yeah. Darby might need some time. Darby might need some time to recover here. My personal feeling on that between the two, I think he did more damage to TNA than ROH because when TNA is that much higher, they got a lot more to fall. When ROH is, they're known, but they're known just for their great matches, and a lot of people knew them for a little bit of storytelling here and there. I'm not saying that there wasn't great storytelling, but not a lot of people knew about it overall. But when you have less to go away from, if you have less to lose, it's not as big of a loss. When you don't have as much to lose. Remember, didn't Jim quit because of, like a lot of them quit because of that. Like the deal was Russo wasn't supposed to be booking whatsoever. Then they found out that Russo was booking remotely. And that basically sent a whole bunch of people packing. Well, we got our "You Sick Fuck" chant for the first one here. When Dixie came in, I left. That's fair. That's fair. No, here's another expert thing, and this is what I was talking about with O'Reilly and Mox, with a no-holds-barred match being something that's a lot easier on people. With Darby there, they literally showed the burns. Literally having Pac just go like this over his arm, rubbing his arms a little bit. Yeah, it's going to sting a little bit, but really, does that hurt at all? It'll, and same thing with the fingers down the back. As long as, you put the right angle on it, you could bruise, like, sort of bruise the skin enough that it shows, like, that would be Darby right now. I don't know if Darby is the definition of human piñata here. Seriously. I love how Excalibur's trying to explain how Darby turned into a helicopter there. All the respect to the commentators here. Like, in many ways, a lot of people don't like what Excalibur does as a commentator. But sometimes when he fits it in here, just little pieces here and there just help out everything. I wonder how old Darby is. I think he's just like low. He's mid-20s, I think. Grown to accept Excalibur? Yeah. Like, Excalibur to me is a lot of hit and miss when it comes to stuff. Like, don't watch a lot of PWG commentary, or else you're not. You want to talk about cancer culture? That might be where that comes in. Some of his early stuff on commentary apparently was not that fruitful, profitable, good stuff that you should be saying on the air. Let's leave that at the door. Fair enough. Yeah, it's no different than me today finding out a promotion I didn't realize what was running yet. Had their first show today, and the promoter is a well-known QAnon member here. There's a reason why you can't run in Edmonton. You wouldn't know about it. I'm just... QAnon? That's basically... well, let's put it this way, Nats. Project 2025 would be timid compared to what that group wanted. For those watching in America. Yeah. Conspiracy theory central, exactly. But yeah, they're running a promotion. I think they're running a show about 2 hours northeast of Edmonton, or northwest of Edmonton here. Darby. Do I use the ECW thing again? Nats, I'll throw it out for you. I'm not going to name the exact name of the promotion. But they're basing their wrestling promotion is based on Christian beliefs. That's actually in the tag. Literally, like, yeah, it's one of those. So, sorry that I'm not paying, like, I am paying attention, but it's a little different than normal when it comes to the Darby match, because Darby's usually a car crash in the waiting here. And don't worry about it, Nats. If I got to cut a conversation off, I'll throw a conversation off a cliff anytime I need to. I'm the one who brought it up originally, so. Pac not even getting. Oh my God. I'd like to throw both wrestling companies off a cliff. Oh, that's right. He was bringing up his brother tonight. Montreal was bringing up his brother. Is that going to be like a Bash Brothers thing? Pretty much, my guy. They both lost me. That's fair. Yeah, don't worry. We can discuss a lot of it. By the way, STG, good to see you tonight. It's going to be a very feisty night, I think, in the hockey highlights. With Florian and Arbor, they're going to go nuts on Toronto. The Oilers brought up I think it's Clutterbug, I believe is the guy's name. It's not Kyle Clutterbuck. It's not him. It's in 13 games in the AHL, he had 60 penalty minutes. And I think in one game he had 59 penalty minutes. That's what it was. And when he got on the mic to talk about his night, I believe he said, the guy came up and said, oh, you must love it in the penalty box. And the guy was like, fuck yeah, I love being in there. I love it all the time. And he ended up getting, what, two majors, 2 minors, a 10-minute misconduct, and a game misconduct? And he's apparently one of the highlights of the night. But yeah, Steve Borden making his debut in Defy last night. Apparently it worked out really well. I haven't had a chance to watch the show, but Defy is one of those, like with all the matches that have been, or all the promotions last month that said they were closing. Like what, DPW and Prestige both said they're shutting their doors. I hope that gets the opportunity for a lot of people to check out Defy in the Northwest, based out of Seattle. There's a couple promotions, West Coast Pro and New Texas Pro. West Coast Pro, Chris Hero is actually booking the shows for them. And they're working with New Texas Pro, apparently, down in the States. I think they use one called Manders as their, who's their champion. So I just hope it gets an opportunity for everybody to take a look at some other promotions now. Like, there really is not a shortage of independent wrestling if you know what you like. My God, Pac is just laying him in. I can just imagine what those two Bash brothers are going to be like, though, McGee. I hope they do well. He actually pulled out the red arrow. Never trust a bad guy. Even Remsburg paused between 2 and 3. I'm glad that is. I love that Nigel used that line. You live by a bat, you die by a bat. We are talking about DC sponsoring this show, right? Shenanigans to start the night. So, what are we, 2 for 2 on shenanigans tonight? And this is officially our first match of the night. I'll be honest, and I really hate saying this. I want to see the best for these 4 teams. This match, why? That's basically the uphill battle that this match is facing right now. It's why the ref hesitated on the count between 2 and 3? No, there's a reason he hesitated. If I was a referee there, I'd hesitate too. It's like Darby was in full control and all of a sudden he's knocked out and the other guy's covering him. 2 seconds later after Wheeler showed up, I'd be looking for something to call a DQ as well. He was looking for the evidence, like looking for the bat. But the bat ended up on the floor, so Remsburg couldn't see anything. I actually really appreciate how he hesitated there. Hey, it's DC. We got Batman here too. Please tell me we get something here for the DC sponsorship on this. Those glasses on Tekla, though. She looks like she's going to meet up with Dexter or something. Seriously. It almost looks like mom's sending out the kids to go do some work. So, my personal belief that the winner of this match has to be part of the Megan Marina, Tony and Mina match, or it's got to involve that match. I don't think you need a special stipulation for the other side. I think you need something crazy because that, to break it down into 2K terms for you, if you're watching my GM, which you should be, and once again, we will be doing that tomorrow. If you, with the stipulations the way they go, this feud between those 4 is a level 4 feud, or level 2, level 3. It's up there. The Sisters of Sin and the Babes of Wrath, not so much. That's the one you want to build a rivalry off of. Oh, on behalf of Zodiac, who is at a hockey game tonight. Who won? Darby had Pac in the Scorpion Deathlock. Wheeler was a little late coming out. Wheeler interfered with the referee. Pac hit Darby with the bat in the head and got the 1, 2, 3. See, at least Marina found someplace under the bleachers to come out from. And Pac said that he was going to do it all by himself. I want his next promo to say that I beat you one-on-one. As much as it's bullshit, I want him to say it. And Roscoe, thank you for the subscription over on the YouTube channel. Appreciate the subscriptions over on that side as well. Can only imagine the stipulation if Tony Amino wins the way Tony's mind. That's why I think that's where you go with this, Jay Quick, to be honest. But with all due respect, this is a gamble for Tony Khan. Not so much a gamble with the fact that having these 4 teams in this match, because you know you're going to get a good match out of these 4 regardless. So this plays back to both their times in Stardom. The fact that basically at Stardom, you do this dance to start off. And Marita's sitting there like, the fuck do we have to deal with this stuff for? Florian got his first point assisting on Josh Allen. I will wholeheartedly in appreciation of McGee and the fact that he scored against the Maple Leafs. Anytime you can take down the Maple Leafs, it is a bonus. Trenton 7800, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the it's not 4-0. Could be worse. But Trent 7800, thank you. Welcome to the Players Pit. Oh, it's now 4-0, huh? This is a gamble by Tony Khan because I'll be honest, this match does not need to happen. I will say this point blank. This might be a way to get more women on the card. Sorry, Jay Quick. I'm always all over the place. Thank you for getting me back on track. This stipulation needs to be worth it for this to go on. Hey, John, thanks. So far, pre-show wise, the Sky Flyers won the CML Trios match. They defended their titles. We had Big Boom and AJ defeat RPG Vice. We had the Bang Bang Gang won the $200,000 challenge. And Eddie Kingston and Hook had the blink and you'll miss it victory over the Workhorsemen. Our first official match on the pay-per-view. We had the conclusion of the CML title match on the pay-per-view to take the first 15 minutes. We had Pac defeat Darby Allin thanks to an assist from Wheeler and a baseball bat. And this is the official second match of the card. So once again, thank you for joining us here. We were just talking about, and my thoughts about Tony Khan making this a real gamble of this match. It is showing a bit of a showcase of the women's division. But what about the... And feel free to throw your thoughts in here as well as you're thinking about this. Do we need this match in this position? Is it more to showcase the tag teams that we have? I understand there's a stipulation on the line, but it almost feels like there has to be worthwhile to be on a pay-per-view right now. And it's one of the problems that AEW has. It's the caliber of the wrestling's so good, you can't just have a match for match sake on here. But yeah, if any of you are watching on YouTube right now, please feel free to give us a thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps out with the algorithm, lets people know that we're here. And on the good old Twitch button, make sure you hit the follow button if you haven't already. Gift subs are discounted for groups of 5 throughout the stream. That is courtesy of Twitch. I don't even have to use my special ones. We're also raising money for Jack.org to help with... all right, that was a little rough. Marina trying to do that headlock driver and just it ended up being a little slow there. Raising money for Jack.org here to help youth and young adults with tools with depression, suicide, and whatnot. Sorry, I got to get the plugs in every once in a while here, so. And, well, that was dumb. I always love that on a 4-quarter match. I know you don't want to lose your spot for your team to be involved, but if you're in trouble, you tag whoever's available. It's called self-preservation, right? The one thing I'm happiest about in this match the one thing I like about this match is the fact that Harley honestly does not look like she doesn't belong here. Like, let's face it, 1 year ago, like last year we said our most improved wrestler was Harley Cameron. I stated that over and over again here on the channel, that Harley, of all the wrestlers in AEW, might have been the one that did the biggest jump in terms of progression. She's no longer a person that looks like she needs to eat an L every time. Like, as we go through it, we always can tell there's that one person who's always here to eat an L. Depending on the levels, like, we're always talking about Sky Blue beating the person to eat the L. Mina eating the L in the bigger matches. Penelope Ford was an L magnet. And so was Harley. But now it's getting to the point where you literally pin anybody and it might turn out to be a good thing. Do you really have a death wish on you, Sky Blue? Why would you hit Megan Bayne? Like, of all the people you do not want to piss off, I think Megan Bayne is the equivalent of whistling through the graveyard in terms of wanting to deal with her. Penelope's having way too much fun on the outside right now. Strategically, this is very smart by Bayne and Shafir. Wrong corner, Harley. I'm just really surprised that they didn't go with Wonder Woman for Megan Bayne here. But yeah, going through this, like, wow. That was a hell of a stop there by Cameron. Want to give a extra shout out to Megan Bayne for her travel schedule over the last 3 weeks. For those that didn't know, for the last 2.5 weeks after Dynamite, she has been flying to Japan to compete in Stardom's World Tag League. And apparently has been doing very well in it, so. But yeah, she worked the week before Blood and Guts. She was there, the 10-man tag that they did earlier. Hey, PJC. Pay-per-view's been fun. The first 20 minutes ended up being the last match on the pre-show. And we pretty much have seen they're trying to make it plainly obvious that Takeshita and Okada are going to go at it. It's pretty much obvious to everybody except for Callis. And we had Pac beat Darby Allin. And right now we're into the 8-woman tag, where throughout the entire match, the heels have been going at each other. Playing a game of can you top this? Oh, she pulled the same spot last week. I love it still. Mercedes took every title from everybody. No, other than that, we're technically on our second match of the card. This isn't an overly packed card in terms of matches because we do have that Casino Gauntlet match. Tony got that out somehow. I don't know what it was. All right, in Japan, you throw the spinning back fist if you really want to get away from somebody. Ah, it's pretty awesome right there. The flying hair mare into a DDT. Oh, wow, that was a box of the years. And for people that are asking, yes, it's been a long week, so I'm resorting to Red Bull for the first part of the night here, so the show's been good. Darby had a very good Darkman promo before the match, so a lot of DC characters that we're not used to. Oh, McGee, I'm assuming you're still here. Did you see the newest cover of the DCKO that they brought out today? No, they did a brand new one here with Mercedes choking out Harley, or sorry, not Harley. Harley Quinn. They just announced their next cover. Mercedes is doing a rear choke to Harley Quinn at that point. So I know you got the first set. I haven't got any of them yet. I got to get on that. Wow, Harley almost got the pin. That would have been amazing. Counter, counter, counter. Oh, I thought that was a low blow. Oh my God. Lost in the woods. Lost in the woods for the 3. But I told you, like, I hate to say I told you so. I hate to say I told you so. This is going to be an absolute nut job of a choice, right? Is it just me, or is this going to be an absolute nut job of a choice? Chicken coop match. I could just imagine. Let's just get a Taipei death match. Watch this. They make it into a dance-off. Could you imagine the internet just deciding, screw this, if that happened? Book 2 is Tony. Book 3 is Osprey. I just looked. Book 4 is... Yeah, there you go. That's what I was talking about. The cameraman won. So, Vic, are you just saying that because you're a cameraman normally? Just not saying, just saying. And yeah, Jay Quick, this will be an absolute crazy stipulation. Like, I wonder when they're going to actually do it, though. I think it, more than likely, I don't think it's going to be this week. I think it might be next week. Sure, let's go with that. All right, you know what? We haven't done this in a while. Just because I think this one could go a different way. See if you guys want to do this a little bit here. You guys want, for any of you dirty gamblers here, you guys can feel free to gamble your life away on these predictions. A big Stoke production. Yeah, feel free to get your channel points in if you want to bet them out. The hell? You had no eyes there for a second. That's it. Tag title time. By the way, early predictions going on here. If you're, let's just say if you're a gambler's bet and you want to make some money here, you can bet on the champions. I love that the outfits that Stoke gets make him look like overly rotund, painful my God, Shivani going after Stoke. I love it. I don't know if you heard it there. Shivani's like, you know, he's a much of a pain in the ass already. You don't need to allow him to deal with the videos too. So, question for you. Do we see Cope here? Because that's the one thing we've been talking about. What is... Oh, my God. So, folks, for those that don't watch the NHL, The jersey that Bandito has on is the alternate jersey of the New Jersey Devils. Yes, folks, they have a jersey that is named Jersey.
What the hell is that?
Worst jersey ever. You like this? Yeah, we were talking about the stage earlier. What? Everybody else, feel free to chime in here. What do you think about the stage tonight? It's a jersey of Jersey. Yeah. So many bad jokes. And if you look at the stage, literally all they had to do was take the middle of the stage and push it out. I really like how AEW has been able to do a minimalist thing, but been able to do so many things with it. But I wonder if this is going to be the end of FTR. If FTR is going to take out Brodito here and end this already. I think the ultimate line and stage here is for Christian and Cope to get those tag titles, which I think is going to come off FTR. Did Cash get beaten up or something here? Because the whole crowd was cheering about something off stage. They had $8 seats at 4 p.m., but my kid didn't want to go. Freaking kids. That's what you say. You need to go. You need to go. It almost feels like your kid just turned around and said, damn kids, glad I never was one. I will give you that. That could be a whole different story amongst me, but I'm just saying. No, but the fact that they've sold 10,000 tickets to this show, like, you know it's special when that happens. And it's so close to Thanksgiving, too, because, you know, you also got to remember that money isn't infinite. I know it's hard to believe, but, you know, money isn't something that everybody has all the time here, but the fact that people are still able to afford to go to an AEW show, go to an AEW pay-per-view, and the fact that you have 10,000 strong going to this show. The crowd earlier on tonight, like to start off the pre-show, of course it's a pre-show, but they were a little quiet, but yeah, as the things filled out, I think the pyro at the beginning of the pay-per-view, ever since then, they've just been on another level. God dang it. Brodito slapped so damn hard. Like, literally just, you can hear that sound and it just echoes. So just a quick reminder for everybody, I will be here on Thanksgiving Eve and Thanksgiving Day for you Americanites for both Collision and Dynamite. So if you had enough of your family, if you want to go punch somebody out, come vent to me here. As we check out the beginning of the C2. Because remember, the C2 works both on Collision and on Dynamite, so My God, Bandito's got the strength. No, Macarena. Hey! Oh, no. Oh, I love the gear, by the way. The 11 time on the back. You know what's funny? I at this point, I almost don't want to count NXT as their NXT championships as real champions. But then I go back and remember the black and gold era, and you sort of say, yeah, that was pretty good, actually. At that time, that was... I don't know if NXT will ever get to the point where it was with the black and gold ever again. I think it just hit a perfect little level there. Just listening to Cash there, just trying to set up here. But yeah, I think this crowd just, they've been sounding really good throughout the entire night here. And Vic, you were right on the ball here when it came to this. Ooh. If the champs retain, somebody is making a lot of points here. No, just you were talking about earlier how these how this crowd's just sounding, it just cools down a bit. In terms of making a lot of points, if the champions retain, anybody that picked Brodito right now, for every point you dropped, I think you're going to get like 4. No, it's more than that, like 400. The numbers are 2,500 for FTR and 30 for Brodito. As we go into the ad break. For those that are able to watch us on Twitch during the ad break, thank you for subbing or using Twitch Prime or using Twitch Turbo, sorry. I am a very strong promoter of Twitch Turbo. That's gotta suck even more. This is that same, by the way, this is the same ref that fucked up the Shelton Benjamin Mike Bailey match. And for people that were asking about what happened there is no real heat between anybody there. Shelton actually made the call that he was going to end it on the super kick. Bailey heard. The ref didn't hear. And the ref did not decide not to shoot through. So a little bit's on Shelton because that finish shouldn't have been changed. And a little bit's on the referee because he needs to open his eardrums. Oh, God. Just a little car crash wrestling here. Not a big deal. Oh, no. I see what's coming here. Do you see this, folks? To hell with it. Cannonball! No. That's a cannonball with some extra weapons on top of it. Now it's a double cannonball. And Stokely's just beside himself. Which is really hard for him because, you know, when you're that big, being beside yourself, that takes some effort. So now you got Brody eating some? Okay. They're going to try and go for power and glory with Brody. Oh my God, they're actually going to hit it. No, they not. And a frog splash out of nowhere on Dax. God damn. I really wish AEW would just not worry about the tags anymore. You know FTR could adapt to it, right? Or you know what? You have no tags and all of a sudden Dax and Cash have the titles and they tell you, if you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us in a traditional tag match. This crowd's calming down. Now they got to fire back up again. Well, Stokely's dead. Stokely's dead. Stokely's dead. Oh, nice. Oh, I thought they were going to get the count anyway. Hype yourself for a Chris Jericho return now? Well, never. Oh, my God. Paul Turner almost shooted a 3 there. Only a 2. Honestly, I'm hyped for a return. I'm hyped for a debut. But I'm not gonna overly go nuts for it because, well, think about it. The roster that we have right now. Here's the big thing when it comes to AEW right now. If you don't like what's going on here, screw you. You don't need to be here. Just straight up, you don't need to be here if you're not ECW approved, yeah. ECW approved, yeah, like. But that's the thing, like, the only difference is AEW, a lot of people want to stay and they have the money to stay. Nice splash. And here comes the mellow moment. So what match do we get after this? That's the question. I almost think we go for the gauntlet after this. Heard from countless ECW guys. Say AEW is ECW with money, and in that if you don't want to be here, then fucking Mercedes? I don't know if you do the women's title match this early because you had... Get her out of the way. Here's the thing with... You just had a women's match, right? Edge and Christian return of FTR win. Yep, that's what I thought would happen. Brody with the hand at the very last second. My God. Give AEW all the crap you want. Sometimes it's deserved, most often it's not, but you want to tell about how you can tell stories in matches? They are doing it here. So much fun tonight watching this. And thank everybody for being here, whether you're lurking, whether you're chatting away here. If you are new here, just a reminder, we're here for every AEW Dynamite and Collision as well. The guys are killing it, guiding through the injury bug. Yeah, like. Referee's gonna eat it. No, Brodito ate it. That plays off of something earlier tonight. Not only does that play off in this feud, but also the fact that Darby ate a baseball bat and that's how they ended that match. They're not doing a damn it D'Lo. If you guys aren't familiar with the damn it D'Lo, D'Lo Brown used to be the head agent for TNA. And there were certain shows where the same finish came on 3-4 times in a show. And OSW Review just simply called it a damn it D'Lo. Shatter Machine! Steal your finisher! It really wasn't a Shatter Machine. It was more of a flapjack, but screw it. It works good. Honestly, if you want to have something go off tonight, for me as a video game fan, oh, Cash got him. Oh, Bandito ain't having no grandkids for Mama Bandito. Oh, no. Did your guys' feed just freeze? Folks, I don't know what happened there. All I saw was Bandito was on top of Cash for 2.5. And Brody's putting Dax to sleep. And now Cash is trying to put Brody to sleep. Never froze there. Oh, good for... Well, Amazon's back to its usual shenanigans. Oh, God. Well, Brody's done. Brody will be done tonight. Double Death Valley driver. Now they're going to go for the spike pile driver here. And Bandito says no again. Nay, nay, niet, zero, no soup for you. We got an upset brewing in Georgia. Well, is that Tennessee at Georgia right now? From what I heard, Tennessee was like the number 2 offense in the country right now. Oh, Pitt's beating Georgia Tech. Okay. Double bird. All right, that's it. Frickin' wrestling classic here. Seriously. So I'm handing out the points. Ding ding match of the night. Do you blame him? It was a great story. It was a great... Yeah, the only way you could save this right now is have ENC come out for the block, but doesn't look like we're going to hear it. They're leaving the ring. Nope. Like I said, we're going to the gauntlet now. If you want to save a crowd that's killing it, 3-time champ FTR, yeah, like we got them as 3-time champs. Now we got a story. Either we can go with the Bucks or we can go with ENC. And frankly, we can go with both of them. Because after tonight, I would assume, unless something goes crazy, you get the Bucks turning face. If I could go with a gun, hey, you know what? That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. That's something to go back and play on. But please remember something very important right now. As much as we got the tag titles and we got the trios titles and whatnot, you do have to realize for the next 6 weeks, we are getting 12 people tied up in a tournament in the C2. So a lot of these tag teams will actually be broken up. I think the Bucks Omega will be tied up with the Callis family. Yeah. That's going to be an off again, on again thing for like the next... Well, how long is Callis going to be around for? Another 60 years? Good time to give Brody a singles run with the C2? Yeah, like... I think that's what you do. You... Now, does Shelton come out in gold instead? Lashley comes out in red. This is going to be cool. See, if you really want to troll someone, you want to piss off a crowd? Finger poke of doom. Finger poke of doom right now. Just give Lashley the title and everybody walks away happy. Except every fan is throwing garbage in the ring from around the arena. You want to turn these guys heel? That is the easiest way to do it. Of course, national TV has... Folks, I got to actually bring this up. I don't think this is that bad, but what do you guys think of the title? I think they got their hand caught in a cookie jar with it. I think this title, they originally said that it was going to be... Sorry, McG, I missed that. Number 3 should be Speedball Bailey, and all they do is tell each other to fuck off. I will... MVP's number 3, just for the hell of it. All right, for those that are new to AEW and new to the Gauntlet match, just a reminder, it is first pinfall or submission that gets you the victory here. Oh, both these guys are amateur wrestlers to the up nines here. I would love to see these two get just get a full match with each other. They're not even waiting. Fuck it, let's get the clock on. Let's get the next guy out here to beat up. Oh, shit. Ricochet's a dead man. Ricochet's a dead man. Wrestling! Of course, the other two guys have to pop in just for the hell of it, right? I was wondering which AJ he was talking about there for a second. This is hilarious. See, he's saying throw it up. I think a lot of people are going to throw up if he wins. Sorry, I'll just do that. Makes you wonder who number 4 is, though. So, these other two guys didn't want to be in it? Winners from slot 7. Now the referees are saying, get the hell out of here. All right. That was the funniest shit I've seen Ricochet do at AEW. That's fair. Don't start Bobby Heenan me, though, Nats. That's all I got to ask. Please tell me it's Silly Willy. Could you imagine this place explode if it's Osprey? Which one is it? Claudio. Oh, shit. Let's go. Ricochet, you might want to... Honestly, giving this belt to Claudio might be the best thing for it. The only thing is, he's got to be able to go... He wants to go around the world and defend it. Ha! You killed Claudio! You bastard! Wow. That was just... Yeah, no. Yeah, you did. You did. We might not even get to number 5 at this point. Give it to Claudio. He says, look, Mox, I'm the captain now. Hey, that wouldn't hurt my feelings. Oh, my God. Does Ricochet end up in the crowd? Jesus. Jesus, what an uppercut there. He thought it would be easy just after beating up the other guys in the match, but here we go, number 5. Is this just a troll job? Is this really a troll job on Ricochet here? Like, Ricochet's got to be looking like, was this just booked to kill me? The longer this goes with a troll job on Ricochet, the more likely I feel that it's going to be Ricochet winning it. Oh, he brought Salt in. That's great. Marina's next. That would be amazing. Ricochet's got his head covered. This is a troll job. Jesus, Ricochet. It's almost pick number 7 wins. We got 2 more to get in. This almost makes me wonder if Shelton's going to win this. Or Bobby. Garcia, you might want to be careful here. They gave him extra pyro tonight. 2 spurts. I guess it is a pay-per-view, so you do get a little bit extra, right? Bald. Claudio picks him up by the trousers. He's spanking him like a little baby here right away. Coming off the ropes, up the top, over the top, spinning through. Claudio blocks the DDT. Looked like it was a cross between a DDT and a roll-up, and Orange just called an audible there. No, 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 no. Don't do it, Claudio. See Aloha, Claudio. That's not good. So we... Oh, God. Oh, no. Wheeler? The gauntlet of All In is the summer gauntlet, and the winter one is Full Gear. It's fair. Yeah, you got Wheeler. Good luck. You know what? He is a former IWTV World Champion, so you never know. Oh my God, the Oilers might actually win a game. And 7 for 7. Okay, Jerry Lawler. Is that a Habs jersey in the front row? I believe it is. Yeah, it's the same two people that are always at every pay-per-view at every show. Wife's in a Habs jersey, or girl's in a Habs jersey. Man's in a Hamilton Steel. Jerry's a legend. I've unfortunately never met him. Well, you're Hamilton Bulldogs. Sorry, Bulldogs. No longer Hamilton. I still say that's Hamilton. Yes, I know we brought this up. I keep forgetting. Old age will get to me. I keep forgetting facts. Last night, Knight, oh my God. Knight and Bailey had an absolute drag-out match at CMLL as they were going for the tag titles. Jesus. These two I want to see have a match. It was in Mexico. CML always has a weekend, a Friday night show in Mexico. It's basically their equivalent to Dynamite or Raw or whichever one you want to go with. No, I think Triple A's running something right now, and I can't remember. I can't remember if it's in the States or if it's in Mexico tonight. Only reason I remember is because Chelsea and Ethan are defending against Dr. Iguana and Luna Vite, or Lola Vice. There you go. Try getting it to AAA. It's so WWE-fied. Yeah, like And that's the thing. Like, the reason I like AEW, and it's the fact that, yes, there is a bunch of AEW-esque wrestling here, or WWE-esque wrestling here. But there is a lot of other styles, too, that are mixed in. The End of Heartache, such a banger, yeah. Can we please get Claudio versus Roderick in a best of 7? Jesus! Roddy approaching 30 years pro, yeah. Oh, the brown jug music. I love when Davis comes out. Everybody's like, who? What? I don't think we're going to get any, to be honest. Do we really need any? Floria gets his first fight. Did he win? Like, it's great to get in your first NHL fight. You need to win that. My God, Roddy going inside out like that. Well, Kevin Knight tried. If anyone returns, it's MJF. Yeah. I think you save that for the main event spot, though. I don't think you would. Awful fucking waffle. Pile driver there. Pile driver there. Pile driver there. Let it be Willie. Speedball. For my MJF as the national champion has the opportunity for double champ with the contract. I don't think you pull that off with MJF. I don't think he gives a crap about the national championship. MJF's last promo is he talked about having to come back even more vicious than ever. Oh, baby. I love how once everybody leaves the ring, everybody's dead for a while. I think we all have, Brian. Come on now. Is it just me, or we just haven't seen a lot of DC involvement tonight, other than the Darkman spot, and of course Harley Ford and no disrespect, but Davis is Amari Jannetty, the former group. I get it. I don't think it's really the. I don't want to say that until the end, but I'm more likely to agree with you. Oh shit. We never got to hear his music, so that makes sense. Rocky fight! Just unloading bombs to your left, right, and center. Hey, the Oilers won. Miracles can happen. Too bad they can't beat the Panthers in the playoffs. And of course, Zodiac's nowhere to be found, so I can't harass him over it. Shout out to Kris over he had a hockey game tonight. He'll be back in the crowd on Wednesday. Well, those two are out of the match. And there goes that garbage all over the ground. Great. Oh, here we go. Oh, you do not. We got some big boys in there. We got beef. Beef. Jesus. Like, seriously, you honestly think you're going to get into it? Oh, God. Knight, I think, just touched the ceiling. Oh, God. Sorry, Roddy. You're dead. Oh, poor Wheeler. Orange, what are you doing? Orange. Orange. We might be back to one-on-one again. Oh, God. Really, Ricky? I'm really wondering why Ricochet's wearing light trousers tonight. Oh, my God. Do you remember the last time somebody did two of those? Just reminds me if Keith Lee comes back. Well, everybody's going for their finishers right now. Bobby just killed Claudio. And Bobby just killed himself. No way. I thought Nats might have snuck out the back door on that one. We all expected it. Well, a whole bunch of us did. You know what? Getting him a title that allows him to travel with it might actually be one of the smartest things to do. He may not remember, but... Well, what's the title that's on the stage then? So what? So far tonight we've had Ricochet heel, Pac heel, Tony Amina face, and FTR heel. So 3 heels and a face win tonight so far. Yeah, we're 2 hours in already. Like, this is a hell of a run so far. I'll give it to him. Like, honestly, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to have Ricochet. Ricochet as the national champion. Getting out with that title all over the place. Being that chicken shit heel that nobody wants to take on. And his mouth, well, maybe it's because of his comments towards James E. Cornette that really saved him there. But could you imagine somebody else's plan to win, and all of a sudden you open up the old X machine and you see that? Oh, Jesus. Semi-main's going to be Stat and Monet. It looks like that's going to be the case here. And that's not the worst thing in the world right now. Oh, my. So, yeah, I am so glad I'm not working tonight. While to do the intro, I'll just do a quick, sorry if I focused a little bit there. I work as a car wash repairman, right? So one of the on-calls I would have had to deal with is we have flooding in our bays at one of our stores. Apparently it's down the street where it's coming from. So unfortunately, you know, you have to sit there and deal with all this stuff. But as we get into this match here, before we go on, I just want to say, like, congrats to Ricochet. Like, they basically threw everybody that hated him in that match, and he still managed to come out on top. And then, but then now we go from that to basically, I think in many ways, AEW's MVP, Jon Moxley. Love him or hate him, he has been that glue that AEW has needed since its inception, really. Even with some of the most horrendous booking coming out, and some of the storylines with the Death Riders. But now with this, the fact that Moxley could lose on pay-per-view to Kyle O'Reilly and make him, like, this could be insane here, folks. Canadian. Kyle O'Reilly. No, honestly, getting a chance to see some of the stuff in ECCW when he started out, He basically started in my neck, like, I'm not going to say directly in my neck of the woods, next door to us in terms of regions. But the biggest thing about that is all the video that we get to see up here. Because I will say, when it comes to Canadian wrestling, the biggest problem we have right now is distribution. Like, currently in Edmonton, we have 3 promotions running. And literally only one of them is on IWTV, and that's it. One claims to be on the Fight TV app, but good luck finding a video from the last year. I think their first 2 shows are on there, and that's it. I love how Danielson's bringing up why this match is more technical than anything else. Because this is different than a weapons match, right? And in many ways, I wouldn't expect O'Reilly to be a part of a match like that. I don't think Kyle would ever care. Let's just call a spade here. Kyle will never care about stuff like that. All in all tonight so far, like, we are halfway in. What do you guys think of the show so far? Before we head to a commercial break here on Twitch. What do you guys think of the show so far? Like, is it anything that's blowing you out of the water? It's not bad. Kyle's breaking his finger while Moxley's looking to rip O'Reilly's face off. And another goddamn freeze. Like, seriously, I think this... I wish pay-per-view.com would have been available yesterday when I was trying to order. What? Oh, God. Oh, God. Fork! 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 Amazon needs to figure their shit. Yep, exactly. Like, honestly, I was not going to get it on Amazon. I was going to, like I said, ppvd.com. But when I went to go order it yesterday, it wouldn't come up. Just wondering if I have to order it online and then access it via my TV. I don't know. Fucking fork. Really? Well, O'Reilly did pull her out with that cut. Gonna go through Bell Satellite, but they don't do PVEs. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I think I think there's going to be a better option in Canada soon. Like, I honestly feel when the TV deal is up for AEW, well, Moxley's hungry. I love how Shivani's asking about the. Apparently, Bell wants to get out of the hardware and just go to apps. I get it. Telus is trying to do the same thing as well. I'm one of the old school guys that still has a TV box. Everybody's looking at me like, why the hell do you still have that thing? It's because I have a 2-year deal on it. If you want to give me a better deal using something else, now this half Nelson after doing all this forking is actually a very smart move because it puts extra pressure on your neck, which is going to increase the blood flow. Live in the country, I don't have a choice. That's fair. Moxley, it's, oh my God. O'Reilly's not even pissing her out. Go straight for the ankle. Moxley does not want to get into a submission game with a guy like Kyle O'Reilly at all. Like, that's what you got to do. Like, hit him with a hard move. Yeah, I think that's a good way to explain it. Jab the fork in a man's nipple. You know what, Excalibur? Why don't you ask him? Why don't you go ask O'Reilly? Why don't you ask Moxley if there's a technical term for a nipple pork, spork, poke, whatever you want to call it. It's actually a pretty good pose for this. Oh my God. That is actually a very smart move. Well, it was. Yeah, I wonder how you use that for their break like that. Sorry, Moxley matches in AEW always make me cringe a little bit, but Into the post. And Marina's just like, I did not teach you how to do that. I did not teach you how to do any of this. If this is the level of violence they're doing here, I really wonder what they're going to do during the main event tonight. So what do we have left after this? Oh, that's right. We got the Spot Fest. We'll probably have the Callus. Yeah, that's a Carey Price jersey right there. I think it's Carey Price. Trying to figure out if it's Carey Price or a Patrick Waugh. Let's face it, we ain't going to see much more than that if there's a 3 in the number. That's a Carey Price jersey right there. All right, they're both bleeding. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was either Carey Price or Patty Waugh. I couldn't see the second digit, and after I saw the 31, it's, yeah. Isn't he a San Jose Shark right now? Which theoretically, he could come back to play. They are, like, in a playoff spot in the Western Conference right now. Could you imagine? The only thing they're missing is a goalie, and all of a sudden, yeah, Price just, you know what? I'll come back. Last year, hey, that'd be a hell of a way to go out. That fork is in there in the middle. If anybody didn't see it, that fork is still sitting there. Oh, yeah, Moxley's got it. Oh! So why aren't you just locking it in, making him tap out? Seriously. Oh. We got a gusher. We got a gusher. Mox has so much scar tissue he doesn't feel. That's fair. I'll give you that. That is fair. Now we're going plunder? Shout out to Adam Cole here. This is what they used to finish off the feud with Cole and O'Reilly in NXT. I love Shivani being Captain Obvious here. Double choke out. That would be hilarious. O'Reilly's eating one chain, covered in blood. Mox is like, God, I'm having fun here tonight. Once again, everybody, thank you for being here. This has been a ton of fun with everybody. Yeah, we still got 3 more matches on the card after this. This crowd ain't cheering that much. Don't zoom out on that. Oh, look out. Here we go. Oh, now he goes into an arm bar. Moxley with an ankle lock is not going to be half as effective. Bum, ba-da-bum. Bum, ba-da-bum. All right, well, that's one way to use a fork to get out of that. You can see the punctures on Moxley's hand. Now they're doing fucking Rollins. God damn it. Sorry, I'm doing the Cena chant. They're doing the Rollins chant. Moxley's not going to have a leg by the time he's done here, at least an ankle. Now into Kimura. Is this the trailer to Stab 8? Who knew grabbing your own ass would save you in a match? Ow! Moxley's eyes, seriously. He knows how to sell so well. And there it is. This crowd just woke up. This crowd just woke up. Moxley's like, God damn, I just made another one. For people that didn't know, Kyle O'Reilly was set to get a big push before he got injured the first time, like a year ago. And that's where this whole rivalry came from. The fact that the last match before he went out was against Moxley, even though they knew that his neck was not in good shape, and then he had to get work done. He trusted Mox enough to go through that match and got that done. And now that they come back, Moxley's got that look of doubt. Moxley's showing respect. He's a tough kid. Now Moxley's like, no, 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 no. Get up, Danielson. Forgive me. Sorry about that. I wonder how this works. Moxley trying to get his heat back. Oh, that is a nasty slice on the elbow. Moxley trying to psych himself up for that, but Jesus. Oh, he just get... Oh, fuck, I forgot about this match. Okay, now we got 4 more left. Haven't you been watching, Bray? By the way, good to see you tonight. We've been having a ton of fun here so far tonight. Good to see you here, though. Quickly to run things down here, like... Right now we have new tag team champions in FTR. A new national champion in Ricochet, who won the Casino Gauntlet match. CMLL titles stayed where they are. Tony and Mina get to pick the stipulation for their tag title semifinal. Hey, Kenzie, what are they doing to Mox? Mox is making people. I'll be honest with you, Kenzie. By the way, good to see you here. First time chatter. Right now, the losses to Moxley will tell a better story than the wins. Honestly. Because they're showing, like, Mox has looked indestructible for the better part of 2 years. And now he's showing weakness. Something that he's never shown. Something that he's never experienced. Something that he's never... In his whole time of AEW, yes, he's had losses. But there's never been that point of doubt, fear, wondering how exactly is he going to get over this mountain? It's somewhat of a similar story with what's going on with Monet, but I think that's going to get triggered tonight, personally. Do I think it's adding up to a turn? I think eventually it might. A couple weeks ago, they had a perfect spot for it. Like, even after the blood and guts match, they had a perfect spot for it. And then now they extended it with the O'Reilly bit here in this match here. But now that there's doubt here, and now he don't give a crap. Like, there was a show of respect there, right? Which almost sort of feels like they're starting to turn a bit. But now all of a sudden, as soon as the Death Riders show up, Moxley has to turn on this bravado thing, and that's when he went back in the ring to go attack. Go back to attack Kyle there. So it almost feels like I got a feeling, in a very astute look from McGee there, that Claudio is going to possibly punch Mox out of the way, one way or the other. I wonder if that look from Claudio was just to tell it was to Garcia, it wasn't to Yuta. Yuta was standing behind him. It almost was the look of, okay, we're not going to take you on now. Let's deal with this later because we have something else to work with here. Yeah, we're probably looking at Okada and Takeshita. We were trying to figure out. I love how he's got scripture on his gear. Mark wins this. Okay, here we go. This is a good theory here. And you know what? I haven't been doing a lot of this, but I want to throw this out here for you guys to have a chance. I'm going to put up a prediction for you guys, so you can put some points on this. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you. You bet your channel points on this, because this is going to be an interesting setup here. Wouldn't want to tell off Kyle. I just don't see Mark join. Here's the thing, and this is a WWE-ism. And we were talking about this off the start of the show. By the way, for anybody that's watching, real quick plug. We're here for every Dynamite and Collision as well. We do play 2K25 as well after the shows. We're not doing it tonight because, well, frankly, 6 hours of wrestling is enough for everybody here. But anyway, a WWE-ism in this point would be that Briscoe has to win this title tonight. If this was title versus career, automatically the guy's winning the title. This one here, there might be another trope to go through on this one. Do you think there might be a possibility Kyle wins this match, Briscoe reluctantly joins the Callis family as per his word, and then he has to fight his way to get out of it, which leads to another title match. And that's when he wins the title. Basically, title versus freedom. By the way, the prediction is active right now. If you want to bet your channel points up against the results of this match, feel free. So far tonight, and feel free to add in, guys, as we're heading into the break here. The only soft point of the night in terms of matches, could it be a possibility that FTR winning the title was just the flattest spot of the night at this point? Myself personally, I think there's two flat points tonight, two minuses. One, the ending of that match, like nobody wanted FTR to win. Like there wasn't booing, it was just dead. The other one, outside of a dark a Darkman reference to start off the show. Thanks to McG pointing that out for me. And Megan Bain's gear and Penelope Ford's gear. We haven't really had much of a DC influence on the show tonight. Unless we see something through... If we see something during the title match, maybe. Oh, that's right. There is no DQ in this. Ha! I love Danielson's frankness there. He's like, yeah, the reason this is no DQ is because your man kicked my man in the balls. I love how he mentions his tooth to get through that. Oh, God. Brainbuster on the chair. Let's just... We'll just let that run right now. Jesus. That was a little much, if you ask me. All right, well. I'll just end that prediction because, well, nobody wanted in. I don't blame you. When it's that all over the place, I really wouldn't want to be... Oh, God. Let's just throw some more chairs in there. Oh, God. Use it for a brain buster off a ladder? The hell you got planned, sir? Oh, shit. Here we go. Pardon my French, but Jesus. Well, Mark, you smelt it, you dealt it. Isn't that the way the rule works? You're the one who set up that chair. You're the one who will get hit with that chair. Jesus. You have plans for Briscoe, yet you're going to have your man throw a ladder through his face? I'm with some of these tweets that are coming out right now, or these posts, whatever you want to call them. AEW is just... It's just on another level, on so many different ways here. Live by the fork, die by the fork. Nice. Okay, so far our biggest surprise might be why is Briscoe bleeding already? Well, this is our last bit of blood before the main event, I think, so. Don't have to walk to be my stooge. But no, like, there's many different ways you could skin a cat on this one. Yeah, I would love to see Briscoe win this, and then Fletcher's got to do everything in his power to get it back. But it's almost time, and I think we talked about this in chat quite a few times here over the last few weeks. It almost feels like Fletcher's above this title in some ways. Like, this feels like the title that should be moved up to another level. Oh, God. If he hits that brainbuster off the ladder, how do you skin a cat? What's the best way to skin a cat? See, the guy I need to talk to, I haven't been able to see lately. His name's Alf. If you're from the 80s, you know exactly who I'm talking about. He knew how to skin a cat, fricassee a cat, boil a cat, flambe a cat, deep fry a cat, pressure cook a cat, roast a cat, saute a cat, and don't forget cat on a hot tin roof. Well, Fletcher's bleeding now, so we have entered the blood portion of the night, folks. Who needs sleep anyway? Can you sort of understand why they didn't use as much plunder as you would have expected in that last match? It sort of makes sense now. How they wanted to tell the story of No Holds Barred. He is a hell of a talent. I will give Briscoe that. That's all right. There's another table over there. Oh, God. Half and half. Suckered him in my ass. It was just a reaction thing. Oh, somebody bothering the guy next to the Canadiens jersey. That's great. What the hell is Fletcher doing with that fan? Really? What do you need 6 chairs for? Well, he was looking for that 7th and he found it. Too much thinking, not enough to... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Here we go. It's lined up. It's ready to go. Oh, shit. Callus's face. My God. Oh, kissed him with a little bit of blood on the face. He's like, oh yeah, I need an opponent. Oh God, he's still going over Fletcher. I have. It's called Danielson himself. Thank you. Trying to go for a half and half, blocked. That table's not breaking. Yeah, it's supposed to be early in the year. Yeah, it's supposed to be within a month. Well, got to remember, we are, what? A week and a half, or a week and a half away from a month away from the end of the year. But it could be, it very well could be Swerve being part of the main event with Hangman at World's End, right? Could you imagine the pop if he just walks out at World's End? Absolutely. That is going to be a fun night. Oh, shit. Metal pail is never a good thing. A metal pail is never a good thing. That's glass. No, that's tax. Never mind. Normally the rule is if you introduce something into the match, you are the one that's going to eat it. Okay, that sucked. Oh, ooh. It's you know what's funny? It's probably boyfriend and girlfriend fighting about who can get the most violent. Because for those that don't know, Kyle Fletcher's girlfriend is Sky Blue. And if you don't know Sky Blue and you like hardcore wrestling, you're you haven't been checking things out lately. Sky Blue is the official queen of hardcore in AEW. Now we got a 10-foot ladder, a ladder, a table full of barbed wire. We are in the process of getting 7 chairs put together. And I'm trying to analyze this as an analyst here and trying to figure out exactly what he's looking at putting together here. Yeah, exactly. You got to have something stuck up your for to be a list there. Jesus. Yeah, that table spot was a little nuts. This chair spot's going to be even worse. My God. What in the hell is happening here? This is nuts. Is he still trying to get that froggy bow in, or is he going to... See, what I would do, I would take the barbed wire table. I wish I had a telestrator for this. You take the barbed wire table, you put it on top of Fletcher upside down. Then you do the elbow. He will die, but you will win. At least the referee's telling him don't do it. That table's way too damn close. For Fletcher's still kicked out of that. For 5 cents, seriously. This is nuts. Oh God, here we go. Callis, go eat the table. Excalibur, I love it. Stop asking stupid questions, you moron. Briscoe, oh God. Oh, shh. All right, barbed wire versus screwdriver. This is not going to be good. Caught. Intercepted it. Oh. Well, we had a 4-class match. I guess we can have a screwdriver this match. You sick fuck. You sick fuck. You sick fuck. Ugh. See, if he was smart, he'd put a table together. Well, that's a... Oh, God, there we go. There's a receipt. Brainbuster on tax. I wouldn't fucking count with those tacks in the ring. I'd literally be 1, 2. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Folks, we are about to witness attempted murder. We are about to see attempted murder. Could you imagine them slipping and Briscoe's nuts get all right on that? Chiquinando? Could you imagine a cutthroat driver into the barbed wire? Oh, geez, this crowd's still in it. I love how Shivani and Excalibur have no love loss right now for Callis at all, and I love it. It's starting to get aggravating, and I'm loving every second of it. He doesn't need a miracle. He just needs a good shove at this point. Oh, no, I know what's coming here. Yeah, I saw that. That was amazing. Oh, fuck. Fletcher's dead. Chain Driller! Damn right. You know what? That is a feel-good moment. And you know what? This opens the window for one more match. But hell, if you want to burn off a feud, this is how you do it right here. That is pretty damn awesome if you ask me. What a match. And you see the guy behind Callis just sitting there. Nah. Looking up his brother. Jay's shining down on him right now. Like that was just pretty damn amazing if you ask me. That was a hell of a match. But yeah, we definitely have so now you got double back-to-back matches like this. I'd assume that they're going to do the trios match next. I wonder which way you do it. Do you do the trios match now or do you do the Mercedes Statlander because they're going to need a match that brings it down a bit, right? Oh, God. They got Tony Storm as part of the DraftKings commercial now. Talk about, first thing you say is 3 things you're not allowed to say, which I consider that a big win. But yeah, we still got what? We're looking at. I really hope they don't go much past 10 or midnight in you guys' cases on the East Coast. I assume right now they're probably going to show the brackets for the C2. Yep, that's right. They're doing Mercedes and Statlander as semi-main, which I'm fine with. I'd like the second time, when Mercedes wins the title, that will be the main event. Straight up. The good old broke bucks. Callis is going to have a real bad night if the Bucks say, no, we're not doing this no more. By the way, for those watching on Twitch, is the video okay? Like there's no buffering or stuttering or anything? Because it's saying I have an unstable connection, which normally for me is like a normal thing in my head, but all good? Okay, good. Thank you. Oh my God, really? The I Drink Wheel of Fortune. Ha! That's hilarious. They had it from bankrupt and just automatically switched over. So I Drink paid the $1 million for this? Now, the only question I have, if you get a better look at those tights, because I'm assuming that's what Callis gave him. Is it Callis bucks or real bucks? I wouldn't say it's coming up all Don Callis family after everything that happened over the last, well, 4 matches, 5 matches, week? And the crowd, I wish the crowd would give a bigger pop for this, but Alexander's still looking as a henchman. I think, honestly, I would have loved to see the Alexander Omega feud come first before this trios match. I think we would get a little extra fire for Alexander. I just think he needs the extra little bit of exposure, right? Jack Perry still shocked about this. I appreciate the Crocodile Dundee look. He had to change it up. He was not going to be the small tights anymore kind of guy. The tiny tights. Speaking of Jack Perry and acquaintances and whatnot, Chad, I got to ask you, if the stories are true and Anna Jay's contract is up at the end of December, do you think she resigns? Do you think AEW resigns her? I think there's no question they should, but I think it just makes sense, really. The amount of respect I have for this guy, my God, that screen, that body, that writing, like, put that in a video game, seriously. Just the way that looks, the background, he does look in a better shape, absolutely. But he's literally said in interviews, even as late as this week, he is always in pain when he's out there. It's just having people believe that he's not is his biggest issue right now. No, you just hire people that are not legally allowed to be in AEW to try and take out Kenny Omega. That's all you do, Don. Shout out to Andrade. I hope he's on TV soon. Apparently his non-compete is worldwide. International licensing fee. You know these guys want to work so well together. Like, say what you want about the Bucks. Some of their politics are actually garbage, but my God, when they put a match together, if you like that kind of wrestling, they know exactly what to do. Can you tell Jack worked at Lucha? And the fact that Jack can keep up with a guy like Matt Jackson. Do you really, Matt? I would be taking it Josh as soon as humanly possible here. Yeah, like Luchasaurus and Jack Perry, they already got $400,000. Like these money matches, I could believe it to have in my GM. I really wish there was a way you could do a stipulation to do this in 2K. Like, could you imagine setting up these kind of matches at like a pay-per-view? Yes, I don't know the Money in the Bank contract gets you extra 100,000, but could you imagine expanding that number? Kenny's got the tag. Crowd goes nuts. Yeah, this story with Callis, I wonder how long it's really gonna run its course, right? So they really don't want to go after Omega. So Alexander's going to be doing all this stuff with Omega. I can see that. Oh God, Cat. I'm really trying to figure out when when you get to the point where Callis is just not needed at ringside. Like, there's going to be a point where it goes from funny to just annoying. And unfortunately, commentary being annoying is one of the worst things that you can have. Because unlike other sports, wrestling, you typically do not turn off the announcer. Or you can't turn off the volume. Sorry, somebody was commenting about Briscoe and why the Briscoes didn't have a run on AEW. Just upset about it. It's like and he made it sound like TK was actually feeling at fault for that. People don't realize it wasn't TK's fault on that one. That was WBD. They literally said you cannot put Briscoe on TV. Jay Briscoe in particular, because of the comments he made as a comments that he made amends for. Yeah, TK tried multiple times. It was WBD that did all of it. Sorry, that's one of those I have to nip in the bud. Like, normally I can let a lot of comments just whatever, it happens, but oh yeah, like Jay did all the right steps. It's just somebody who wasn't involved in actually looking at what happened. Oh God. That's a rough landing. And Alexander just hurt his back doing it. Yeah, Alexander is not feeling good. And yeah, Matt just plain old splat missed. That is not good at all. While they're looking to focus on Jurassic Express, which is exactly what I thought would happen. And you get the odd spot with the Bucks. I love how Callis is just being called out left, right, and center by Shivani and Excalibur now. It's no longer just, all right, you're going to be a nice guy. We're just going to let things slide a little bit. I think they want $1 million. I love how they bring up Mark Briscoe for him just for the hell of it. Alexander, the tag team specialist, like we talked about it on Wednesday, how his work with Ethan Page is just second to none. Once again, if it wasn't for the fact that he got landlocked to Canada for 5 years, I think he would be FTR label right now in terms of a tag team guy. It really does look like Alexander's legit hurt. Or else Alexander would have got involved in that situation right there. Maybe not. Okay, I'll take it back. He knows how to sell. And just a random... Jesus. Just a random moonsault. I think this crowd just needs a breath right now. So I know they're a little quieter right now, but after the last 2 hardcore matches, I think they're just looking for a right time to pop up a bit. Everybody gets hit with a clothesline. I love it when it comes to Omega. All he literally has to do is hit the turnbuckle twice, and the crowd already knows they got to start cheering. The good old Polish hammer. That wasn't even a clothesline. That was just a good old, I'm going to grab your face and shove you to the ground. Out of the way. All right, Bucks know what they're doing. And Perry just reversed that into a kick. Tooth went flying. Alexander into a spinning backbreaker. Assistant Canadian Destroyer. Running knee Everybody dead in the ring. And of course, there's Rick Knox looking confused as ever, which let's call a spade a spade. That's usually on a good day what happens. Oh, here we go. Fire each other up. Just unloading shots now back and forth at each other. I love this. By the way, folks, we're probably going till 12:30 tonight, Eastern. Because I don't see Monet doing a 10-minute match. The cage match might go quick, but we'll see. And again, had a problem with the ankle, and now he's straight into the ankle lock. Whatever it did, Perry's working his way back in. There it is. They finally did a shot on Omega that was actually somewhat serious. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. And Luchasaurus almost bites the dust. And Luchasaurus don't care. Nick Jackson's alive, yeah. Well, Matt's dead. And there goes Matt's knee. That was a punch right below the nose. Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, no. All right. Shout out to Adam Cole there. The Bucks might actually win their hunt. Ah, that felt good. Alexander's dead. Yeah, there you go. Now the Bucks win their $1,000,000. Bucks get their $1,000,000. Now the pop is now when Callis tries to take all the money. And the answer is going to be no. Hey, Homer, how you doing tonight? It's been of a quiet moment. I think everybody was waiting more for this than anything else. We got the money. We don't have to celebrate. Now they're attacking Omega, which is going to save the Bucks bring in. So this makes a lot of sense. Bucks need to invest, yeah. They're not going to leave. Callis going to get hit. Super kick Callis. You know how much, you know how great that would be? You don't have to drop the bags. Well, face turn confirmed. Davis did not want to go up for that choke slam. Looks like we got a new version of the Elite back. Or maybe an old version. I don't know. Luchasaurus and Perry, the first two to put the hands out. Don't kick him in the nuts. Don't kick him in the nuts. Don't kick him in the nuts. Man, we've been waiting for this for how long? Well, this crowd knows what needs to happen. Omega walks away. You hear the crowd? Oh, power of friendship. Hug it out. Callis is gonna be pissed. Now, do we have to? But the thing is, doesn't Callis owe them the money anyway? All right, so now we got faction warfare again. The Callis family versus the Bucks. The Callis family versus Team Omega. You got a freaking dinosaur. Let him carry out. That's why I said you got a dinosaur. Use him. See? Fan service. You go up the face entrance. As Kenny's about to fall through the freaking lights. Jesus. Right in the nuts. Oh. I sort of expected this at this point now that we finally got this done. Like, it's been a long time coming, so we all know that heel or that face turn was coming. We just had to had to get it in gear to get it done. So now we get Statlander Mone. This is why I think we're not going to get a title change tonight. My predictions haven't been exactly on par for what has happened tonight, but I think this is the beginning of the story of the mental breakdown of Mercedes. Tony's great, and I mean that Tony Khan is absolutely fantastic at his slow burn stories. Like, if you go through all this and just think about all the slow burn stories that he's done, especially when it comes to titles and development of characters. Right now he has two. I feel that he has two stories that are really doing well. Well, three now. You got Hangman Page, who's just developing into the main event character of AEW. You have Jon Moxley, who is showing the breakdown of... See, this is why wrestling people are body guys. This is why you are a body guy in wrestling. Because if you aren't a body guy, they are not putting you there. Well, except for that one guy on the left. Looks like he's got to do a few sit-ups like I can talk, but... My God, those guys in the front. Vic, how can you be in two places at once? But no, in all seriousness, like, this is going to be a fun match. And like I said, I think Mercedes loses this one. I think Statlander retains. Just because I think it's going to be Statlander, Willow, Mercedes. I think is the order that the title changes happen. Oh my God. They're actually doing it. It's talent. Yeah, there you go. They actually put her out of a pod. So yeah, actually, if you, it's funny that she did that, and I hate saying this because every time I say I'm going to do this, I never get them done. But I'm working on a new segment for the channel. Tentative title for it is 5 minutes for yapping. Where instead of having these long drawn out videos that are super edited and that, I'm sitting in a penalty box for 5 minutes. Like, you get a major penalty. And then just talking about a topic. And one of the first ones I want to talk about, since AEW decided not to do it, what if I did it? If AEW stars were DC characters, would anybody really argue that Statlander could be Supergirl? To me, I think that's just a no-brainer. And honestly, Megan Bayne being Wonder Woman would be number 2 on my list for that, for the women. See, this is the one position, I know, McGee, you are very big on this. I know Zodiac is probably even bigger on this. How is Monet going to hit the moneymaker on Statlander? She is significantly taller, bigger, wider. Like, I trust her skills, but literally, it's just straight old stats, right? Thicker. She could barely land the moneymaker on a smaller. Exactly. Like, I know you hate that finisher. That's why I brought it up. Wow, Statlander doing. I appreciate that with Stat. Not even flinching there. She's going straight to the 450? No way. Are you going to see a squash here? Nope. That is a mistake. That is a mistake. All right. Sorry. Little under the ropes thing here. Sorry. I've always been taught with a 450 like that, you roll in to the corner, not out of the corner. Because somebody can always jump further, but trying to sink it back. Well, she thought she could do it. Well, that's one way to take the power game out of a power lifter. Meteor number 2. Wasn't that the move that Baszler did to break people's arms? Like, if you go back to WWE, that's a Baszler move right there. Or no, that was Ronda. Never mind. I'd be ripping hair right now if I was her. Pull that fake hair out if you have to. This crowd's trying. I do appreciate this crowd actually trying to fire up, trying to keep up with this. Because right now they feel like they've been burnt out with those 2 hardcore matches. So they need a little bit of time to pick themselves back up. They picked up the end of the last match. But it seems like they're starting to gain a little bit of extra gas right now. I like how this is set up here. Like, Mercedes getting the advantage throughout the majority of the match. That's really what you want. And it's based off a mistake by the champion. It's not that Mercedes is more dominant than Statlander. It's more the fact that Mercedes can take advantage of any situation. Now, could you imagine if they start using the WWE-ism with Mercedes that she has with her? And if you guys aren't familiar with what it is, the thing about Sasha Banks in WWE was she would win titles at pretty much every pay-per-view. And then she would lose them on the Raw later. Like, literally, she would have like 10 title reigns but no defenses. Because Charlotte would always win it back the next night. See, even with the bad arm, she can still pick her up a little bit. Nice armbar there. Using the legs as a fulcrum is actually a very smart move. The sad part is you can just flex and you would have got out of it, but just saying. Not saying, just saying. Like, and this is the story that you need here, is the fact that Mercedes is doing everything she can to get this title. Uh-huh. She gonna try the 3 suplexes? So, a move like this, I don't mind. It's the fact that, for people that don't know, when it comes to a suplex like this, the key of it is to get your body under and in a better fulcrum position. Six. 7. She's going to go for 10, isn't she? 8. 9. 10. She's going 13. 11. 12. 13. Screw it. Let's keep going. So, Excalibur covered that up really well. Do you think Mercedes just lost count? This crowd is behind Monet just a little bit here. I think it's more respect than anything else. Which corner is she going to? I thought she was going to go the other way. Oh, did she eat some feet? That was just not a boot. That was a Pam. That, like, I will say it actually, on replay, you can see it hit right here, which is potentially a lot worse. Oh, shit. All right, well, we get a good... So we're getting... There's only one match that isn't announced then already. 3 Continental Classic matches, the women's tag semifinal. Fighting through the pain. They're doing a lot here. I love this story that they're telling. And this crowd is like, full credit to this crowd. They are not a St. Louis crowd. I'm sorry, since Wrestle Dream, I'm still standing by that. That crowd sucked. Well, get off the ropes. I know, I'm with you. I'm a Stat fan. I still got her shirt from her return. Well, that's one response to fix that. Yeah, STG, I'm with you. Like, Stat needs to win this. It's a hell of a better story. You know what? STG, just hang on. Just hang on. You're going to absolutely love this story as it goes through. I can see this story light as day. Mercedes is going to be a face before she wins that title. I will call this right now. The story about Mercedes winning the title, you're going to absolutely love it when they start getting to it. And I think this might be the trigger point tonight. Mercedes wins this world title. Well, in terms of wrestling storytelling, it's logical. Yeah, like realistically, what if you get Mercedes to lose tonight? She's basically gotten the point where even with a one-handed woman, front stabber, back stabber. Now she's going to go for the knees. Like, she's doing everything she can to stay in this, but Jesus! And she made a mistake right into that arm. Needs to be full face when she wins the title, but also with no other... Oh, no, absolutely. You know what? I don't think she needs to lose all those titles. I think she needs to lose enough that they don't talk about the other ones. To me, that's the story. To me, that's the full story. Like, hell, any promotion can have like 4 or 5 different titles. Like, any person on the indie scene can have titles. Like, Willow has the Pro Wrestling Eve title and the PW or the Mission Pro Wrestling title. The one that Athena, the promotion Athena's running. I want it to the point where Mercedes has absolutely nothing. And that pretty much could be, like, to be honest, that might be Owen Hart territory. Or she just forfeits all titles, says she's focused. I don't want to see that. That would absolutely piss me off to see that. I want to see her put over talents as that's happening. The reason I want her to do it, it's a cop-out when you do that. I want to see her go out and lose all these titles for the fact that she is so focused on the AEW title that she can't keep them. And the fact she'll make a ton of money doing it too. Oh my God. What a backbreaker. No, the story you do is she loses this match. She gets so she loses it by a hair. And then trying to get it again. Her focus wanes, and the first title she's got to lose is a TBS. You lose the TBS, you lose the ROH, then you start going one by one. Because I'll guarantee you there are plenty of bookers that have a talent that they want to give that shot back to. Instead of picking her up, do it that way. Wheeler taught her that move. She ain't losing to that. A seatbelt of her own. Sorry, I had a hater comment on a video I just had to take care of. Jesus, package pile driver. I really wish they wouldn't show a replay that didn't show the proper effects of what happened on it. See, that's two fingers. That's not an homage to Kevin Steen. That's one too many fingers. And with Mercedes, it should be a middle finger. Because it is an AEW thing. Jesus! No way. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. See, Mercedes is starting to crack right now, see? She knows she can't win that title. She just, what is it going to take for her to win this title? And it just looks so good right now. Mercedes wins. Can we get, I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it. I'll be shocked, but I'm going to save it. Because with all due respect, I trust TK. See? She can't get it up. Oh, no way. No. Reverse. Okay, Mercedes, you're dead. Absolutely, I agree, but... Got it! $20-minute banger. Once again, they talked about on commentary, and this is a great way to transition into a different storyline. They had the story being Statlander being 0-2 against Mone. Now the story, and Excalibur's going into it right now. Mercedes has 2 losses in AEW. Both of them are for the world title. You don't think that's going to put Mercedes into the crazy bin? I guarantee you, Wednesday night, she's going to have a promo. absolutely freaking out about this. Like all these titles I have, I am so good. I just need that one more title. That's the only title I want now. It's the story of everybody else. Everything that you want in life, and simply put, in life, what you want is the one thing you can never have. And that's where Mercedes is right now. And I can see this story starting to play right now. We were talking about this all night here, and I want to see how this develops. Do they get out of the TBS title first? And I want to see it against somebody like a Ty Mello. No, you don't. Can't wait to see the indie talent to get over her now. Yeah, absolutely. Takeshita's in the tournament. There we go. Let's go. Oh, this is great. Takeshita as a top talent needs to be put. Absolutely, I agree with you. We know 3. Three out of 12. We know already. See, guarantee Okada and Takeshita on the opposite side of the bracket. We'll guarantee that. So are they going to actually tell us who the rest are? Did they get the cage down already? No, they haven't. It's all the family. They could do that technically. But just a quick rundown here. As per tradition, I give you guys a rundown what's coming up on the channel. I'll be very quick because we wanted to list that promo. Tomorrow, watch my socials. I'll let you know exactly what time. We're going to be doing a flash run of WWE 2K25 Season 2. I got 4 weeks left. We might do 3. We might do all 4. There's a potential I got to skip out for a bit in the afternoon, so I want to wait till that's confirmed and what time I got to go and what time I'll be back. We're probably looking at closer to 6 o'clock Eastern. We might, if I'm able to start sooner, I will. But yeah, we're going to run the My GM mode at least 3 weeks, if not 4. And then no stream Monday. Odds are no stream Monday. TBA Tuesday. Wednesday we'll be back for the fallout from Full Gear. The downfall of Mercedes. The beginning of the C2. And then after that, depending on how far we go on 2K25, we're either going to have WrestleMania after Wednesday or I might give you guys a sneak preview of Backbreaker Wrestling coming up here in January. We can throw some of the exhibition. We'll throw some exhibition matches and whatnot in there. You know, like sort of like All In before we got into the actual promotion, like AEW. Give you guys a little bit of look at what the arena looks like and anything that you guys would like to see changed and improved. The logos are done. The ring's done. The titles. 2 of the 3 are done. I still got 1 more to go. And then Thursday, we'll be here with AEW Collision on U.S. Thanksgiving. Depending how earlier in the day goes, I might be here for a little Horizon Forbidden West. As we're into the Burning Shores DLC right now. But as always, folks, whether you've been lurking, whether you've been chatting, or whether you're just looking for a great time, thank you for being here. If you're here on YouTube, please make sure you hit the thumbs up and the subscribe button. If you're over on Twitch, make sure you hit the follow button. And if you really like what you see, consider subscribing. Gift subs of 5 or more are on sale this week. No, for sure tonight. I'm just trying to remember exactly the full date. So, but no matter what, thank you for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. We've been having a lot of fun tonight, and this is a lot longer than we all expected. So, well, I guess we should have sort of expect this by now. Like anybody that says this is going to be a 4-hour show should just laugh at themselves. Come out as Lobo. Come out as Lobo. We need a DC reference tonight. Hey, McG. I always love hanging out with you guys. We'll have the we'll have more of a contingent here. I don't know about Wednesday because it is American Thanksgiving. This week's going to be a little bit up and down and all over the place, so I will try to get in here as much as I can for you guys. But yeah, let's have some fun and let's check out this main event. This is going to be gross. And I really hope that... Do you guys think that this last match was a bit of a palate cleanser for all the potential violence we're going to have here? Was it a sufficient palate cleanser? By the way, folks, if anybody knows what the reference is to the music in this... I love Justin Roberts. So much fun. I love how they have to remind people of that. Everybody wants to hate him, but god damn is he is so entertaining in so many ways. Could you imagine this guy teaching you math or social studies? Like, seriously, like this, that's what he used to be before he became, before he became a full-time wrestler, as a teacher. Like, one of the most gentle, kind men, one of the professions you have to be most gentle and kind in, and he's turned into one of the most vicious fighters in all elite wrestling. Now, do they have new ops show up tonight? Because that's the biggest trope that we could deal with here. Hangman got rid of all the ops that are around. With Shibata going to the Dick Treatment Center, I believe is what Hangman called it. TSN actually blocked it off, so we weren't able to do that. And then all of a sudden, Powerhouse Hobbs ends up going through an electrical rigging table. So apparently he went to the hospital, so he's still there. But I absolutely love the fact that they have the pinfall submission stipulation here. No, Joe asked for it to be in the steel cage. Oh, God. Joe's bleeding already. Joe reminds me a lot of Nelson Muntz. You made me bleed my own blood. You're dead. Nelson Muntz. Well, realistically, he's the bully. Like, if you go back into the episode where they ended up having to sign an armistice treaty between them. I would not. Oh. He hit him in the dick. First shot was in the dick. Second one, all these are the ribs after. Right in the Richard. Hey, Hangman, I got an idea. Put your boot back on. Trying to wrestle in one sock is not going to be easy. At least he wears socks. He's better than Kyle Fletcher now. Oh, there goes that camera. You put Turner in there to... Oh, let me check it. Nah, ain't going to happen. Well, there's a thumbnail for you folks, if you really want one for this show. This crowd is just waiting for a pressure point here, but this is going to be a different kind of cage match. I don't see them pulling out the plunder for this match. Both these guys know how to tell a story inside a cage, and that's one of the bigger things going on with it. So if you guys are on X, I am reposting a photo that one Ms. Bailey just posted. Or as we affectionately call her around here, Bailey Dub. Because as soon as that contract's done, we want her on the first flight to wherever we are at AEW. Because there is no reason why that wouldn't surprise me. There's another thumbnail for you, kids. Oh, it's a gusher. It's a gusher. It's a big, big, bad, bad gusher. Dang. But yeah, overall tonight, I think this crowd's been really good. The card, pretty decent overall. It really weird how the storyline held out in the CML trios title match. Like they were too obviously trying to screw each other over. I would have loved it to be a little more subtle. Oh God. God, do I love a Joe Power Slam. Forgive me, folks. I got a little dust in my eye here, so. But the rest of it, I know there was a bit of a thud when FTR won the titles. I think people are more upset over the fact that it's probably going to be the end of Brodito after this. Because let's face it probably is. Because Brodito is... Uh-oh. Over the top. Into the cage again. Yeah, these guys are playing this matchup about as well as you can right now. Ooh. Wow, that's a mark. That's one of those things you get lucky to have as a producer. Not much of a... It's more a sleeper than anything else. I don't think it's much of a Takita clutch. I love how Shivani's more disgusted about the blood than anything else. Vintage Joe with the Uranagi. The more, yeah, as soon as he clears his face, it's coming back down. So he got himself a lot better than he should have. I'm just surprised that they let the blood go this early. Oh, blocked. Uh-oh, look out. Oh, that's how you break it up. Like just gnawing at the head. That is just gross. Ah, shot in the dick. I am really surprised there aren't more dick shots in cage matches. No, fuck no. You do a muscle buster off the cage. Remember what happened to TJ Wilson? Hangman's like, yeah, this cage going. I think AEW needs to short leg the pay-per-view. The crowd's trying, but I feel like, well, I think it's after those two matches. They're just after those two. Why is Shibata climbing the cage? He's wearing a staff shirt of all things. And Turner's out. I love that Kingston is just straight up in a staff shirt. Not even wearing an AEW shirt, just a staff shirt. Like, shout out to AEW. Oh, God. Oh, Hobbs just said, fuck that lock. Fuck that chain. Right in the dick. Looks like he got out of the hospital, yeah. But there's no referee. Who cares? Into the buckle that he fucked up. Referee's dead. Ooh, heel turn. Well, you wanted this crowd to wake up during a main event? That's one way to do it. Are we getting a title switch here? They have been saying that Hangman... Wow. Why did they lock the door again? Unless they're going to raise the cage right away. He said he had backup, and he did. Hook turning heel. Honestly, Samoa Joe as your world champ is not the worst thing in the world. And the thing is about Hangman, Hangman's always been told it's about the chase with him. My God, look at that graphic. That is a nice graphic, I'll say that. Now, here's the question. Do we get something to close out the show besides the hook turn? Now Eddie Kingston's got to deal with this. Like, now another partner stabbed him in the back. Folks, hope you didn't turn away yet. The crowd sees it. Oh, Joe. Joe. McGee, didn't you call this earlier tonight? I'm going to give you full credit on this. All they have to do is see Nana and a cup of coffee. My God, you want to end this crowd on a piping hot moment? New music? New music and everything. Let's go. Well, folks, I think we got our main event of World's End. With all due respect, Nana, that dance is dead at this new music. But that graphic was absolutely freaking amazing. The dance makes him relevant? Well, we'll see. Time is going to tell, right? I love the emotes, by the way, STG. My God, this is the way to end the show, though. I thought it was going to be MJF, but with all due respect, Swerve Strickland is a hell of a get. He's like, guys, get out of the way. Let him come in. What if Swerve joined? Joe's saying, oh, Hangman's all yours, boss. So this is a moment in time. Now I love the fact that there's just this tiny bit that we might have some doubt here. We might have some doubt here. I love how the swerve's going to kill you, Chad's coming on. And the fact that his knee's been healed up now. You're all dead. Damn. Well, that knee's working fine. Brain buster ever seen one? Oh. Bye-bye, arm. You never wanted that arm anyway, did you? Buddy, get out of the ring. Like, just roll out. Go roll out anywhere. I know it's Movember, but that mustache, it makes you look like a perv enough. But now we're going to have to get the face off here. So, damn, that was 15 people on Swerve and the dojo couldn't hold. Yeah. Look what kind of shape Swerve's in. Like, he's always been built, but frick, he's got some time in the gym. The thing about a knee being out, you can work on that upper body. What a way to finish tonight. Don't know about Swerve single-handedly taking out the Ops. Well, that was the Ops dojo. So, essentially, that was the equivalent of your, well, for lack of a better term, your security force getting cleaned up. That happens all the damn time. But my God, all right, so we've been here, what, 5 hours and 30 minutes, so I don't want to hold you guys up too much longer here. So just to wrap things up, we might even talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. Like, we could have we're going to have lots of time tomorrow to relax and talk about wrestling. So when you're watching this, you always want to have a hot start and a hot finish. Boot up 2K.
Sir, no, sir!
It is 10:30 already. Screw that. I've been up since, well, I was on call I mentioned it. I was on call last night. So, yeah, no, we're not. But just a reminder, we are doing 2K tomorrow afternoon. So keep on my socials. Keep on the Discord. I'll let you guys know exactly when I'm going to be doing it. Yeah, I was putting in that manager on call work, which is a bitch, to be frank. Let me snooze this ad so we can just wrap up here. The thing about pay-per-views, you always want to start strong and you want to finish strong because you're going to have talking points on both ends. The CMLL title match, with the fact that Okada and Takeshita, basically that's the starting point of their real feud. Like the C2, like what I said before. Every feud that we have, more often than not, most of them can get shoved to the side because we got the C2 to deal with. And yeah, so we got Takeshita, Okada. They're in the C2. Fletcher's in the C2. The fact that Briscoe doesn't have to be in the C2 now because he's a champion. It's going to be interesting to see who's in there for the 12. I think TK honestly doesn't know who it is completely yet because he wanted to see who survived out of this and who didn't get injured, which makes a lot of sense. You got that as your opening story. You got your closing story with the turn of Hook and the return of Swerve. So let's face it. Tony Khan likes to do things in pairs. Whether it be the Danielson and Adam Cole intros back to back, or it's the turn by Hook and the return by Swerve. Because it's funny because everybody's all fired up because they saw the big bullet point. And then he just, let's go to another bullet point just to work on that. TK does a masterful job of that because for as much in the middle as a lot of the stuff was, and like, let's face it, the Darby and Pac match was okay. It felt like a Dynamite main event more than anything else. The crowd was really flat over the FTR win, which I'm willing to let this play out because if it leads towards our Bucks versus FTR or the FTR versus Cope and Christian, I will definitely live with that. Or the CNC Wrestling Factory, as we call it. Patent pending, patent pending, patent pending. The story of Mercedes unraveling as Statlander gets a 20-minute win. You know what? As much as we talk about Mercedes beginning her downfall, Statlander needed a statement win. And while beating Toni Storm did a lot for her, I think this Monet matchup, where everybody pretty much assumed that Monet was going to win the championship, I think that was what did it. I think that's pretty much what could solidify this title reign a little bit more for Statlander. I do honestly feel that it is going to be Willow that is going to win the title. And then Mercedes is going to win it off Willow behind the scenes in a show of respect for when Mercedes put Willow over for the New Japan Strong title. Yes, it was due to injury, but she still could have won the title and then forfeited. Like, that was a Mercedes call at that show. And I think Mercedes winning that title off Willow will be a hell of a receipt for that. And just, Tony Khan loves stories like that. And I think he's going to love the story of things breaking down like that. And then you also look at Ricochet winning the national title, which means he's going to do a little bit more in Japan. He's going to do a lot more in CMLL, which he has to do because that's what the title's there for. You got the reuniting of the Elite back together again, which is another story. And I still want to know how Callis is going to get away with not giving the Bucks their share of the $1 million. Or are they just going to sweep that under the rug? Another small story that came up during the pre-show, and we talked about it here. The Bang Bang Gang winning the $200,000 after being FTR just a couple weeks ago in Collision. Now, that should be something that carries forward as we go. And then, of course, we got Tony and Mina winning the stipulation for their semifinal against Megan Bayne and Marina Shafir. I want to see how crazy they get on that. I really do. I want to see how nuts that comes as a general thing. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's a gamble, like I said. I honestly felt like, and you guys know how much I appreciate women's wrestling and want to see women's wrestling flourish and continue to grow. However, going into this show, I felt that four-way women's match really wasn't needed. And I'm still giving it a provisional pass until I see what they do with the stipulation. If it ends up being a stipulation that's completely goofy and nobody really gives two shits, I'm going to call it out as a pass. Or as a fail, sorry. If it ends up to something that's a hell of a storyline for those two in the feud that they're in, then I'll give it full credit. Tony Khan deserves full credit for it. But other than that, there are some other stories here. Mark Briscoe winning the TNT Championship in the do or die match against Kyle Fletcher. The implosion of the Don Callis family slowly eroding right now. And we're just generally entering into the busy season, and I think the C2 is coming in at an absolute perfect time. Because as I've said before, and like I said, that's another chat we can do another night here, because it is late for all of you. I think that the C2 generally deserves to be at this time of year because it is a great pick up and play moment for AEW, because if you miss a certain night, when the primary focus is on the C2, you don't really need to worry about storylines overall. You just need to look at scoreboards. So it's easy to pick up and resume. If you want to dig into the stories, then you can start taking a little bit more time to it. But I know I'm going to be here for all the C2, and I hope you are as well. So, Andrietta, thank you for being on here. I appreciate having you here. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up button for me if you can. We've been having a lot of fun here tonight. I've enjoyed having all of you here. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you hit the follow button. YouTube, thumbs up, like. Thanks for the comment. I appreciate you being here. We're going to be back here on Wednesday for Dynamite, both on YouTube and on Twitch. The next time I'm going to be on Twitch is tomorrow night with WWE 2K25. Get a hold of my socials. I'll let you know exactly what time I'll be on. But with that being said, I think that's going to wrap it up here for tonight. I want to see who's on. I want to send you guys over to friends. I want to send you over to somebody. Let's see who is. Sorry, looking through my stream deck. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's horrible. You know what? Yeah, I think I'll send you guys over to Gabe. You know what? No. Tonight, there's a bunch of you here. You're a bunch of wrestling fans. I got a guy that raises money for charity in Walker Pipe Guy. Part of the Backbreaker Media family here. Do you feel the Hops is a heel stable, feels more MMA type? Very well possibly, FaZe. I completely do believe that could be. It does feel more MMA, but that's just the way Joe is. But yeah, let's wrap this up here. Everybody, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. We're going to be back here once again. Follow me on socials. We'll be back here tomorrow with 2K25. We can talk a little bit more about the Hops and everything that's going on with them. And basically what we got going on in wrestling right now, because it is really damn exciting. But as always, folks, whether you've been lurking, whether you've been chatting, whether you're just here for a good time, I always appreciate having you here. And make sure you're always part of the solution. And we'll see y'all here next time on the Mike Direct Twitch channel and the Backbreaker Video YouTube channel. Take care, everybody.